Hello, everybody. Welcome to a new thing me and some friends of mine are trying out called 3.5 Brain Cells. I am Spizard. Uh, these are my friends, Eli, Blibo, and Meowrah. Names are
Hi.
in order.
Hello.
Hello?
And, yeah, we're just gonna take a look at a video and pause it if we disagree with on some points.
Or if we
This
agree.
may or if we agree, yes. This may or may not be a ripoff of something you already know of.
Nope.
Anyways,
I would say it's totally and wholly original. I mean,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely 100% original product. You can
Yeah.
copyright that.
Yeah, but I mean, we should do a little introduction to this person we're covering. His name's Nakey Jakey. Great YouTuber. Absolutely great YouTuber. I really love his stuff. And we just decided to take a look at one of his more controversial videos. Rockstar's game design is outdated, largely focused on Red Dead Redemption 2 as the prime example. But like, what's all our histories with the games, or with the game, I guess? Like,
How about
Well,
you? How about you start, Blibo? Since
oh yeah. Well, I've played a few Rockstar games, not all of them, but Red Dead 2 is probably my favorite. I've played it like 4 or 5 times now. I've done as much side content as I can. I absolutely love it. It's one of my all-time favorites. What about you, Eli?
I I grew up playing like a few of the older Grand Theft Auto games. Three, Vice City, and San Andreas. And then, while I agree that Red Dead 2 is still an amazing game, I personally love the story Bully more. But I'm I'm acquainted with like a lot of the Rockstar games.
Oh, Bully. I haven't played that one yet, but yeah, I've heard good things about it. All right. What about you, Spiz?
I think Myra should go before me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, um, I don't really have any history with Rockstar games. One time, my friend wanted me to play GTA with them, and I did. And then I accidentally ran over a woman, and I felt really bad. And then I
Oh,
also ran a red light, and I felt really bad about that too.
you
So then
ran
I was
a
like, I'm not gonna play this
you ran a
Oh
red
my god,
light
you're
in
the
a
worst
anymore.
GTA
criminal
game.
ever.
Who does that? You gotta abide by the traffic laws in order to play these games.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like I have a license, so I should have known better. But usually I just play Disney Dreamlight Valley and Animal Crossing and Monster High, New Ghoul at School
Hmm.
for
All
the
great games I've
Nintendo
heard.
DS. All great games, and I bet they're the same quality as Rockstar, so this will definitely be analogous for me. Yay!
Yeah, probably better than a lot of
Well,
Rockstar games, considering some of us have some controversial opinions about some of their more popular games that we may get into later. But before
Or
we get
right
into
now.
maybe right now, maybe later, but before we move on to Spiz's history with the game, I just want to say I also did the same thing, Myra. The first GTA game I played was actually 4. And when I initially played the game, I had a share screen up. I had a friend of mine watching me play it. And he was like, "What the hell are you doing?" Because I was abiding by the traffic laws, so don't feel bad. It's instinctual, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, yeah.
But yeah,
I
Spiz,
abide,
what's your history with the game?
I abided by the traffic laws just to annoy my dad. So I was aware of these games' existence for a while now, but technically the first Rockstar game I played was GTA 5. I liked it. And
Mm.
I played it again recently. I still like it. Um, it could fix. It does have issues. It's not perfect, but some of the things about it aged a bit, but others aged pretty well. So then I tried the first Red Dead Redemption game. I thought it was okay. I was very familiar with it beforehand because I would watch my dad play that game a lot. And then I played Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't like it that much.
What?
But it is a fantastic game, objectively. I just am not a personal fan of the type of game Red Dead Redemption 2 is. It's really mainly because of the actual main gameplay. I don't like how realistically he moves and that, it makes the controls feel sluggish, I suppose. I'm not sure if sluggish is the right word, but
the momentum is
the
a big
That's
thing.
an appropriate word.
Yeah.
yeah, the controls feel stiff to me. That's what I ultimately don't like about the game. And it is a big issue for me because, it's part of the core gameplay. Um, but I like the setup of Red Dead Redemption 2, though I do also have a couple of issues with the story as well, particularly with the karma system, which we may or may not get into.
Oh, I think we
Um,
will, because I think he touches on it. So, yeah,
yeah,
we'll have to get into that.
yeah. So it is an objectively fine game, just not my cup of tea. But regardless, I can still recognize whether there are good criticisms for the game or bad criticisms, and I am curious to see where Nakey Jakey's thoughts fit in which category.
Yeah, yeah, and
I'm in agreement.
I
Let's
know
see what he says.
we have spoken about this game before, Spiz, but I don't know if I'm having another moment of intense forgetfulness. But I don't remember you saying you didn't like the game. That actually came as a shock to me. You probably did tell me before though, and I'm just forgetting because I'm tired. I can't remember. But also, apologies. I'm just coming down from a cold, so there's an odd cough every now and again. That's why. But yeah, I mean,
You're telling me you brought sickness? Are you contaminated?
you're all
Oh, this is
contaminated.
why I
Yeah,
wear a helmet.
Oh, thanks a lot, dude.
I'm
Oh my
contagious.
god.
I am.
You know,
really
reptiles have a
sorry.
lower immune system than mammalians, right?
Really? That's not fair.
Yeah.
But okay. Damn nature.
You wouldn't happen to have tuberculosis, would you?
I got TB. Oh wait, we're getting into spoilers. No, I would hope that everyone's played this game by now, especially if you're watching this video.
Yeah, sorry
Oh
about
well,
that spoiler.
I mean, of course,
spoilers.
outside of you, Meowrah. I mean, were you planning on playing it anytime soon, or is it not really? Does it not seem like your cup of tea?
Well, maybe now I am. I don't
Okay.
know.
Well,
I want to.
I don't even think he gets into like how the game
Broke
ends
poor
or anything,
Ellen's
so it should
But there's
be
no
fun.
dress up element, so I think it's a
Dress up
pass.
element.
Yeah, there is.
Well,
Yeah, there's
is there
plenty of
any?
dress up element.
There's no dresses. That's what I've meant.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's
Oh.
only jackets
No
and
heels.
shirts and
Yeah,
shoes.
ponchos.
No,
I don't
just
know.
a bunch of rugged men clothes.
I think you can get a poncho though. And you can customize your hair and everything, so you can make Arthur's
Okay,
hair all
that's
long
cool.
and flowy.
That's
You
cool.
could-
I
Everybody
like
knows
that.
the ponchos are the best.
You can
So
choose a
Spizard,
nice
why-
cowboy hat.
Then why don't you care for this game? You could dress up,
Yeah, what the hell, Spizzer?
dress to the nines.
I'm pretty sure there are plenty of games with faster gameplay you can dress up into.
Name 3.
Uh, Doom Eternal.
Okay.
Um,
Painting an armor
Sure.
set without any customization options doesn't
Um,
really count as like.
Disney
let's-
Princess Royal Boutique. It's another one. Just saying. Just
Oh,
saying.
right, that one. Yeah.
Jedi
Well.
Survivor.
oh,
Yeah, that too.
Dark Souls.
Nope,
Dark Souls 3, you could play dress up, sort of.
they don't count. We're gonna do videos on Dark Souls one day. But for now, I figure we should give like the little disclaimer. It's annoying to give, but you have to do it because it's the internet. But this is please no hate towards Nakey Jakey. He's a very good YouTuber. We just disagree with one video. That's it. That's all
Just
that's
because
happening.
we disagree with a couple of his ideas does not mean we completely disagree with him.
Yeah. In fact, please go subscribe to him and support his channel and watch his videos. He makes good content. But yeah, are we ready to get started?
Yeehaw, partner. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, then.
Anyone who's been watching my
Yippee-ki-yay.
channel for a while knows that I am a huge Rockstar fanboy. I feel like I mention their games in almost every video I make.
Oh, no.
I made a whole video essay about how
I can hear
amazing
that
they
at all.
are at creating virtual worlds. I stand in line to get their games at midnight. The last video I uploaded was a fucking country music video about how excited I was for Red Dead 2. You get the
Oh, by the way, does anyone know, Spizard, you probably know best, but like how long do we, or can we, let a video play before pausing, before it like has issues, you know?
I have no.
You know
clue,
what?
dude.
We'll be safe. We'll say no longer than 30 seconds. How about that?
idea.
I would say
I'm
10
amazing.
seconds.
10
And then,
seconds? Oh, well.
Yeah, and then every 10 seconds we just do this.
Oh, okay.
So just know with this
By the
video,
way, I could not hear the video at all.
Oh, are you in the watch together?
I should be in the watch. Yeah.
You seem so sure
are?
of yourself. Did you check?
Well, what's your volume at?
Hold up.
See, that's usually the issue. If you don't hear something, it's because the volume is down. It's,
All right.
very
We'll
advanced
start
technical
playing
advice.
it now.
All right, I'll start it.
I'm not just trying to stir shit or play devil's
Okay,
advocate.
there we go.
You can hear it? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah,
unique
I had to crank my
person.
volume up to 11.
I'm not unique.
He was a good man, my Jakey.
That being said, I'm sure you've pieced together from the title and thumbnail of this video that I, like many of you, have been playing the fuck out of Red Dead 2. And I was a little disappointed by it. And yes, that rhyme was planned. The too long didn't give a shit version of this video is basically Red Dead Redemption 2 has some of the best writing and characters of any piece of fiction I've ever consumed. Arthur Morgan is easily my favorite protagonist from any Rockstar game.
See, Mara, everyone's saying that about Red Dead. It's got to be true. It is
like-
true though. Or sorry, go
Of
ahead.
any fiction, like a video game being better than any fiction. Am I an elitist English major?
Well, I mean,
When
yes,
when I
but
say that I find that
It,
like incredible
probably-
praise.
it
yeah,
is.
that is.
It's incredible praise, and if we're going up against all fiction, especially literature, it's very steep competition. But I would say yes, because Red Dead 2 is not like most games. Not to say, before Spizard says something, not to say most games don't have good stories, but particularly the way Red Dead 2 tells its story is very novel-like, because you are following one person's perspective for a very, very long time, and he's going on a myriad of different little mini adventures, side quests in the game, meeting a bunch of people, and the story is about, you know, a man confronting his own mortality. He's dying, and he's trying to figure out what to do with the last moments of his life. There's great potential there, just in the story idea itself. And I think the game takes really good advantage of it. I mean, you pretty much ask anybody who's played the game, he's one of the best protagonists or characters in anything ever, you know?
Wow.
At least in anything Rockstar would. At least out of anything Rockstar's made.
I would say, well, he's, in my opinion, clearly the best character out of anything that Rockstar's made. But even further than
that's
that,
what I meant.
like just anything in general. He's a really great character. He's really well written, and I think he does rival a lot of literature. Personally, not that I'm the most well-read person in the world. I've read like 15 books, so I kind of know what I'm talking about.
He's read a book.
I've read one book.
I read a bunch of books.
Wait,
I wrote my entire thesis on one book.
wait.
I read
you...
The Lord of the Rings.
Oh, that's lovely. Mar, you haven't
Took
actually
me
just
6
read one
months.
book, right? There's no way.
No, I have an English degree.
Okay. Why did I
I'll
believe
read
that?
me the Cat in the Hat.
All right. Well, let's keep this going.
Wait,
game
Blibo,
looks
before,
Yeah.
wait, before we continue though, the whole how well written the character is, would we argue if that would we make an argument of that could probably depend on which choices we make in the morality system?
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's something I was kind of gonna touch on when he actually started going down the rabbit hole of the karma system, the morality system of the game, honor system.
Well, then
That's what it's called.
let's put a pin on it for now, then, and
Yeah, yeah,
see what he says.
absolutely.
Unreal and sounds like God. And the game does very little to improve on the same mission structure that Rockstar has been using for almost 20 years, and also that looking at the Metacritic score makes me feel
First off, that last part is just not true. I don't know that Red Dead 2 is like the one responsible for improving their mission structure, but generally speaking, Rockstar has improved a lot when it comes to their mission structure for their games. Though I would mostly credit the original Red Dead Redemption for that. But in order to justify that, we kind of have to get into, like, I hinted earlier, some of us, I think just me, have some controversial opinions about some of the older GTA games. I don't think they're very good, to put it frank, the old ones. I think they're either...
Which ones?
Well, I've only
Like
played...
the old 3E games, like 3 San Andreas and Vice City.
Yeah, I've played 3 of the older ones. I played GTA 3, which I think pretty much everyone can agree is very, very dated by today's standards. Even a little at the time, because it came out the same year as Halo Combat Evolved, so I'm just saying. But I've also played 4 and San Andreas. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just saying I'm kind of bitter about Grand Theft Auto 3 because it kind of made Jack and Daxter needlessly edgy. That's a whole different can of worms there.
Okay, I didn't know that, but yeah, I think that if the games aren't, I mean, again, this is just 3 that I've played, but the issues that I've described with them, people have told me that the other games have this as well. But if they aren't buggy to the point of not being even playable, they're full of really bad dated game design, like terrible driving mechanics, like in GTA 4, or not having... Oh, what?
Wait, you don't like GTA 4 either?
No, that's the one I kind of dislike the most, honestly.
Okay, because that's the first time here you said that. You just said you played a GTA 3 at the San Andreas. It stopped there.
Oh, I could have sworn I said 3, 4, and San Andreas. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, 3, 4, and San Andreas. I've also played 5, but it's a different category, because that game's, like, still really good.
Yep.
But yeah, the main thing that Rockstar, I think, did wrong was that they didn't have any checkpoints during any of their missions, which means if you die for whatever reason, even at the very
You
end...
hit a fail state, you have to find the objective marker again.
Oh, yeah, well, not just that. You respawned at a hospital, in some random hospital, and had to drive back to the original location in which you started the mission, watch a cutscene, start the mission. And because of how their missions were designed, usually the first part is a lot of drive to this location, pick up this character, drive to the next location, watch this extra cutscene. And there's just a lot of wasted time that you don't have to do with modern Rockstar games. Because if you die, it sets you back to the previous checkpoint so that you can get right back into the challenge aspect of the game. I think that's a huge improvement. I don't know if anyone else agrees, but...
Yeah, it sounds like a huge improvement. Jesus Christ.
It is.
I would say, yeah.
feel like an insane man. There won't be any story
You are
spoilers in this
insane.
video, but I am going to show some gameplay examples and spoil some side shit, so I do still recommend skipping the video if you haven't played the game yet and going in completely blind, because also, my opinion is just my opinion, and I'd rather...
Horsies.
Yeah,
There's so many
see?
horsies.
There's another reason why you should play the
Whoa.
game. You can...
True. I was a horse girl, so I like this a lot.
Oh, you can customize your horse. You can make him look... Well, you can't make him look however you want, but you get like a wide variety.
You can choose your
options.
breed, and you can
Choose the
change
colors.
like their mane and tail style.
Mm-hmm.
You could choose their names. You could type their names.
Oh
Yep.
my god, Applejack.
Applejack,
in
yeah.
Red Dead Redemption.
Granted, the main characters don't say the names you type because that would be a lot of different words to possibly type. But I had fun with this, so you know how that character likes to say, "It's okay, boy. It's just a scratch," or "There you go, girl. That's a good girl," and stuff like that. I just named my horse Boy
Boy.
or Girl.
That's funny. First horse I ever had in this game during my first playthrough, I named him Jurgen. I don't know why. I just felt like sharing that. But yeah, Meowrah, I guess you gotta skip the video because he said if you haven't played the game, then you just gotta skip it. So I'm so sorry about this.
Okay, I'm leaving now. Bye.
Bye. No, wait, don't actually.
Rather this be like a healthy conversation in the chat rather than me potentially tarnishing your opinion of the game before you've even given the darn thing a chance. Also, this video is going to be much longer than my usual content, and I've been kind of sick, so I'm sorry if I sound kind of shitty, but definitely.
Hey, I'm kind of sick too. Wow, we're the same. Oh, but real quick.
Well, that makes 5 of us.
Does anyone remember what was like the main problem that a lot of game critics had with Red Dead 2 at the time? I'm just pausing for the sake of pausing, but like just in case, does anyone remember? Because it was really funny, I thought.
No, I don't.
They complained that it was too long, so they couldn't get their reviews out because they had to spend too much time playing the game.
To be frank, it probably was one of the longest games I ever played. I think it was even longer than Breath of the Wild.
It is a really
and I
long
100%ed Breath of the Wild. I didn't 100% Red Dead 2.
Well, yeah, that's because of the cigarette cards mission, probably. Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Definitely get cozy and grab some snacks, my little brie cheeses, because you're about to watch a grown-ass man lose his fucking marbles. Alright, with all of that out of the way, I want to talk about Anthony Birch. And Legos.
Yay, the Lego bed.
Legos. Oh, that's a good thing.
You might know who...
Good thing you brought me on board. Then I'm a fan of Legos. Well, was a fan of Legos. I think the company's going a little kaput lately, but this ought to be up my alley.
Lego Friends is better than Lego Star Wars. I said what I said.
Okay, now it's time for you to leave the call.
Come.
It's time for you to leave.
Get the fuck out of the call right now!
Blasphemy!
Gray Obi-Wan Kenobi Battlefield for $80. Or beautiful
no, she
penthouse
has a good point
with all
right there.
these play features.
Okay, it's
for
well
$70.
It's well worth it, and I want everyone to know watching this that opinion does not reflect the opinions of the majority of the call. We disavow that. At least I disavow that.
The
Not me. I
patriarchy
actually
once again silences a woman.
Actually, you know what? I kind of
Tragic.
the more I think about it, I actually see where Myra's coming from.
No,
Because
Spizard.
$80 for a fucking
Cost-wise, it makes
Lego set based off of just one random scene from Kenobi, where all you could really do is just place Kenobi in some orange pieces that are supposed to be fire, versus Lego Friends. The only thing about Lego Friends I really don't like, other than how pink it is, but that's because I'm a boy.
They're not that pink.
Toxic
they're very
masculinity.
diverse.
Well, they were at the beginning. I just don't like the minifigures.
Men.
I like the hairstyles. I don't like the minifigures in general.
They're called mini dolls. Educate yourself. Men, you
I
must
don't like the
educate
mini
yourself.
dolls. Why not just
They're
use
called mini dolls?
minifigures? Why not just use regular minifigures? They can move their legs.
I see where you're coming from, but I think the mini dolls are so darling. I love how they have little holes in their hair so you could put accessories on it. I love their little outfits. Oh, I am mini doll's strongest soldier, I fear. And I know this is controversial, but I'm speaking my truth.
This is very controversial. You're very brave for sharing
Like, why
that
would
opinion.
you spend like $80 to $90 on the same IP swap, like the same TIE fighter with a Darth Vader minifigure that doesn't even have the printing aligned, when you could have a super high quality botanical garden, fully furnished, all these plants, these accessories.
Look, no one's saying that there aren't overpriced Star Wars Legos, but there are also just a lot of different Star Wars Legos. So I'm sure if you do enough looking, you'll find some great ones of reasonable price. And then once you've got a TIE fighter, you don't need to spend money on another more expensive TIE fighter.
Well, to be frank, every Lego is overpriced nowadays.
Well, yeah.
That's true. I have the Millennium Falcon to my left right now, the one from Rise
Which
of
one?
Skywalker.
Oh. That's
And,
still cool.
but all of my mini dolls live in it because of course they do.
And
They need a
isn't
place to stay,
Falcon
rent-
Party.
Isn't it
Rent is
so
high.
much? It's so
Rent
much
is
cooler
high.
than a botanical garden or whatever that was.
No, that's not. But I'm taking us off topic.
Yeah, well, agree to disagree, I guess.
Anthony Birch
I
is
ended up
from a
actually
variety
buying
of
sets
things. He
just
wrote
to like
Borderlands
be
2.
in space, but
He had a web series called Hey Ash, What You Playin' with his sister Ash, who is a voice actress and is now known for her role as Horizon. in
Oh,
Horizon.
shit.
He also got memed a lot
Yeah.
with people saying shit like, thank God I'm not Anthony Birch because of some shit that happened with his wife or ex-wife or I don't know, like some comments he made on Twitter. Don't know, don't care. But in 8th grade, I discovered a YouTube series he made called Rev Rant, where he stood in front of a green screen and
Okay, not that like this is the Nakey Jakey patented style, but I can't help but notice. I had to say something. Andrew's videos are edited so similar to these.
Doesn't he look like actually Andrew if he shaved his mustache?
You know
All I have
what?
to do is
And made his
put on
hair
a
like
cowboy hat.
and ruffled his hair a bit. Do you guys see the resemblance?
You
A
know
little
what?
bit, yeah.
I
Or am I
can.
just homogenizing all white men in my head? Am I doing that?
Well, kinda, but
No,
you
yeah,
still
you
have a
definitely do
point.
that.
You do still have a point. But yeah, I couldn't help but notice.
talked about different interesting
We're talking about
aspects of game
YouTuber
design.
actually Andrew. Subscribe to him. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, do that.
Made jokes sometimes, and if that format sounds familiar, it's because this yoga ball is the only thing between me and identity theft. And one of his videos that really stuck with me was called True Non-Linearity, where he talked about this mission in Grand Theft Auto 3 where you had to chase this guy through Chinatown and then eventually chase him to his car, and then when he gets in his car you have to chase him some more in his car and then eventually kill him. And he talked about how after someone got really frustrated with that mission, they had the idea to steal the guy's car before even
I just want to pause to say, even though I'm not a big fan of this game, this is pretty cool. What he's about to mention. I do like this.
initiating the chase, take it to 8Ball's bomb garage, put a bomb in it, park it back in the same spot, then initiate the chase, and then watch the dude blow up when he tries to get away. And aside from Eiffel 65, that is the coolest shit I have ever heard. And it wasn't so much a deliberate design choice on Rockstar's part that made all of that possible, but more so a lack of one. Grand Theft Auto 3 was the first 3D sandbox game that Rockstar put out, so it had a lot less scripting
we should
and
pause it.
polish when it came
Yeah?
Fuck you, copyright. All right, let's unpause it.
Well, actually, before we do that, I mean, I should just say that, like, yes, this is the first 3D sandbox they did, but, like, I don't know if anyone else here has played GTA 3. It's still pretty railroaded.
I played Jack 2.
That's adjacent, but, I mean, not quite the same. Am I the only person here who played GTA 3? I didn't play a lot of it. I played the first few missions.
the
and
last time I played it, I was like maybe 10.
Yeah. Well,
So it's been a long.
yeah, I think outside of some exceptions, like what he just mentioned, which admittedly is pretty cool, it's also still a pretty linear game. Not to mention, it's kind of weird that a video about how Rockstar's design is outdated, he's using Red Dead 2 as an example of that, and using GTA 3 as like a positive example to contrast, when it's like, man, 3 is way more outdated than Red Dead 2. I don't know. This is
Well, true, but is he gonna do the bit where like he praises this particular aspect but then
criticizes the rest of the
points out the
overall game
fact-
design.
no, and criticize the fact that it was unintentional?
Oh, I don't know. Actually, let's see.
came to the missions. Things were much more loosey-goosey in the world, where instead of the game constantly giving you instructions of, okay, go to this exact spot so that this exact cutscene could play, and then follow this car. You're too close to the car. Don't be so close to the fucking car. All right, now wait a little more. Okay, you are now free to roam about the open world cabin. It was a lot more of, okay, so there's this guy over here and he needs to be dead instead of alive. You could do it however you want. You shoot him in the penis. I don't really care. I'm a PlayStation 2. And after GTA 3.
Yeah, I don't I don't know if that's true about GTA 3. I do believe, and it's been too long since I've played the game now. I should have done my research, but I remember there being a mission where you had to kill a bunch of cops specifically with a flamethrower. Like you couldn't use other weapons.
Oof.
I'm fairly certain that was a thing that happened. I'm sure someone's going to correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a lot of railroading in that game too. I don't think that was a super accurate description of it. But even if it was, there's nothing really wrong with railroading in and of itself. So yeah, I don't know.
Unless you're Half-Life.
Unless you're
Like,
what?
it all depends on the.
Half-Life on a rail.
Oh god, yeah. Sorry, what were you saying,
It
Spiz?
all depends on the execution.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, hey, books are railroaded. No, I'm joking.
I don't get it.
Rockstar could have gone down
Well, no, I'm not going to explain the joke. That'll make it worse.
2 different roads that they had inadvertently created. A, one of more non-linearity, giving players more freedom to craft their own experiences while doing the missions, much like how it is while roaming the open world. Or B, a more scripted and movie-like experience where the player has to do things in the right order and fashion that Rockstar tells them to, or else they fail the mission. And for the most part, Rockstar went with road number B. And this isn't always a bad thing per se, but most of you on Twitter agreed that it's definitely a mixed bag. These 2 roads of game design can basically be seen as a tub full of Legos versus
I like how he's got Lego Star Wars instead of Lego Friends in there. I like that.
I like how it's a Lego set from The Last Jedi.
Is it really?
It is.
It's Rose Tico's ship. I know because I
no.
have that set.
Oh no.
Another win for female representation.
Nakey, wow.
Yeah,
This is-
Rose Tico was good female representation.
I like Kelly Tran as Raya and Ryan the Last Dragon. That's like my 12th favorite Disney princess, which is like my least favorite, but I still like her very much.
Wait,
What about the movie itself?
There's only 12 Disney princesses?
Yeah, official.
Oh.
Wait, really?
I love how I make everything
Remember how we had
about
that
Disney
whole debate on whether or not
princesses
Kita
my
was,
special talent.
I swear,
even though she is.
I feel like there would have
Absolutely.
been more, but at the same time, 12 is not like a small number for Disney princesses.
I'm just gonna look it up on Google.
Do those include the princesses that aren't like technically princesses, but are like Moana?
No.
No? Oh.
Well, no, Moana is official. Moana's official.
Mulan.
How many
Yeah.
Disney princess are there? Question mark.
Yeah, let's go to Google AI.
13.
13.
Oh, I forgot about Merida.
How the hell are there only 13?
Oh, shoot.
I could have
which one's
sworn there were
Merida?
like 20 of them.
Brave.
Oh,
One with the red
right.
hair, the archer.
Wow, the redheads
Which
always
is
getting
an
forgotten.
alright movie, actually.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see what point
a
he's making here.
particular Lego set. And yes, this particular
Ew.
set is Star Wars.
Get it out
Has
of the
nothing to do with
screen!
the video. Just thought it was cool. At first glance, the Lego set is much more attractive and appealing, dare I say sexy, than the dirty ass old bucket. But anyone who's performed Legos before knows that the bucket is way more fun in the long.
Does everyone
That
agree with that?
depends on the bucket. What if the bucket just has like 3 pieces?
It also depends on the Lego set, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that actually, yeah. That depends on the I mean, there are some Lego sets that are like a creator where it gives you 3 options to build out of the parts it gives you, which, if you ask me, is something they should utilize more instead of all the stuff they're doing now.
All right, I wasn't aware of that. Well, I feel like I should. Everyone here. I mean, we all played with Legos as a kid. What did we all do more than the other? Did we just like kind of take whatever Legos we had and all of our designated Lego bins that all looked like that, and just slap stuff together until we came up with something cool? Or did you guys more often get your parents to get you Lego sets, cool Lego sets that you saw in stores, and were like, I want to build that, and then you followed the instructions to build it? What did we do more often?
I was always more of the latter.
Ladder.
I stole all of my brother's Legos.
Eddie,
Bastard.
well, I
See,
guess
when it
then
came to like creating my own unique things, it was often with modeling play or pipe for me. So
The Lego Movie 2 is actually about me.
Oh, that's
Stole
why.
his
Okay.
Batman, stole his Superman, brought them into my room and put glitter on them and made them sing and dance like that. Exactly. That's how you do it.
Well,
That's how
then,
you
You
do it.
ruined everything.
I suppose I should ask, did he more often, these things you were stealing from your poor brother, were they like Lego sets that he built with instructions, or were they just random things he made himself?
Pieces that he forgot about
Okay.
or just put away or wasn't using.
Okay, I see. Well, the point I'm sort of trying to get at is not that this is, supposed to mean that objectively Lego sets are superior. It's more so to say that, like, it's all preference, One is
My
not
preference,
Yeah.
better than the other.
I'd say my preference is not so much the sets because I'd ask my parents for the sets, but then once I get them, I'd kind of build them outside of the instructions to make what I wanted to make,
Okay. Well,
or to
yeah.
or to like fulfill like the vision that I had, because for Lego Friends especially, it's easier to do that because than it is for Lego Swap Wars. sorry, but
Don't apologize. That is what it is now. I mean, if there's Star
Yeah.
Wars Kenobi Legos, then yeah, it is Lego Slop Wars.
Kenobi sets are $80.
That's so
They're
terrible.
just Legos. So stupid.
because like if I want to put the kitchen in the second floor, I can put the kitchen in the second floor. If I want to put an extra bedroom, I could just add like an adjoining piece and then make another bedroom. Like there is this modular aspect to the sort of Legos that I had as a kid that I think made it more, I guess in his words, non-linear for me.
Yeah, you're more like the Lego bucket type of person. You just
Yeah.
want to build your own thing, and that's great too. I also, as a kid, had a Lego bucket, and I made my own stuff free of instructions. I think it's best to dabble in both, but
Yeah.
it is
Yeah.
entirely based on preference, and it's oftentimes best when you do both. Neither is better or worse than the other. But an argument can be made from a personal level for either side. I would argue I had more fun building things with instructions because I don't know, I just wasn't very good at creating really cool stuff out of my own mind with whatever I had in the Lego bucket. I don't know if it was a lack of materials or whatever. I always just loved when I saw something that was cool on the shelf, I wanted to build it. And it was really fun flipping through the instructions and putting the pieces together, slowly seeing the vision come together. And I say that because like he's about to use that as the negative path that Rockstar took. Like, oh, they could have been the Lego bucket, but instead they're like Lego instructions. Lego instructions are great. They're great, and they're fun, and we love them here. So,
Well, I think it also. Well, first of all, I have quite a few more things to say actually before you unpause. First of all, what is that purple thing beside his right knee?
purple thing beside
'Cause
his
that-
right knee.
Because that better not be a Lego knockoff. Because if that's a Lego knockoff, he just committed a cardinal sin.
Am I blind? I don't really see a purple thing next to his right knee.
Well, it's dark purple. And also, are you considering right knee as in from his right? Because I'm talking about my right.
Oh, I really don't see it. So if we're talking about your right, then I don't see anything by his knee's not even in frame.
Not in frame.
we might be like a second off. Watch Together does that sometimes, but what were your other
Jesus.
points?
Well, my other point is the whole preferring to build with instructions versus pieces also depends on the set itself. Like some Lego sets, people are better off just buying for the parts and then taking them apart, while others are definitely for the models. Like there are
Mm-hmm.
plenty of Lego sets that are frankly terrible, but they have really cool exclusive pieces. Of course, it could also depends on age and how we grow. Like I used to be mostly linear, but now I've been building my own stuff, and I have this massive witch house that I've finished
Mm.
building.
Oh, okay.
And it's really cool. And I just keep it stored. But honestly, I think it's interesting how we all discuss of whether some people would consider linearity versus full creative stuff. Because I'm thinking what Lego should do if they want to save this company at this point is a method that kind of involves both. Meaning they create certain Lego themes that are interesting and have sets that they could build, but then they have these, let's say, Lego, just boxes of pieces that I wouldn't say are random. They're pieces that still fit with the theme of the Lego theme, but they encourage you to create your own version of something. Like for example, I thought up of a Lego theme where some guys fight off a bunch of monsters. It's actually kind of inspired by Bloodborne for some reason. But I
Bloodborne
think what Lego
Legos.
should do, yeah, let's just say Bloodborne Legos. Yeah, they should make a Lego Bloodborne knockoff with official Lego sets and such like that. But then they should, in the commercials, they should encourage the kids to build their own monster. It says, Lego Bloodborne, you can build the castle. Or you could buy the expansion box pieces with all the claws and talents and build your own monster through your own imagination. I think that's what they should do.
Yeah, that'd
See,
be
I
I,
cool.
I guess what I'm
don't they
getting at
have
is
like brick sets that you could get?
um
Like themed sets? I don't know. Haven't really checked in with Lego in a while.
Yeah, same.
I know Bricks and Minifigs sort of has like are starting to make poly bags of specific types of lots of parts, but I'm not sure if Bricks and Minifigs counts. I guess what I was ultimately getting at is it's probably not a good idea to label linear Lego sets versus tubs of parts as better than the other. In
Mm.
fact, if anything, we should embrace both of them for Lego's sake
Absolutely.
because
It's
they both
all
have their
about
ups and
having
downs.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do still love the Lego analogy, but for like for a different reason than how he's using it. Because I think if you trace most there's like a big disconnect between I guess you could say like modern gamers who are very used to the homogenization or the streamlining of AAA titles to where they are all more convenient to play than some older clunkier games, but also have a bit more of a samey feeling. Older school gamers have a lot more of a tolerance for clunky game mechanics because what they like about those old games is a lot more valuable than what they find in newer titles. Great example of this, because I was inspired by Meowrah giving out her bold and admittedly wrong opinion. No, I'm kidding, but
Wrong.
okay, fine, just bold. A bold
Mm.
opinion about Legos, because I also have a bold opinion about like Elder Scrolls, which I think is a great example of this. I don't like Oblivion, but I love Skyrim. And I think you could describe Oblivion, Daggerfall, Morrowind in any number of ways as a Lego bucket, whereas Skyrim is more a Lego set with instructions, because there are a lot less choices, there is more railroading, there are less RPG elements. But what I think people who prefer classic titles are doing is that they're looking at a Lego bucket that's not that great. It doesn't have a lot of pieces. The pieces aren't of a great variety. versus this Lego set that's really cool and if built will actually result in a really cool thing, but it doesn't really matter to them because they'll always prefer the Lego bucket and the fact that they're free to make whatever the heck they want, even if what they're working with isn't great. It'll always just be their preference. And I think that's definitely what's happening with GTA 3. GTA 3 is a tiny, crappy Lego bucket, but it's still a Lego bucket, so it doesn't matter how great the Lego set of Red Dead 2 is to Nakey Jakey. He'll always prefer the bucket. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I felt like I was rambling there, but yeah, I'm glad.
Oh, dude, ramble.
Thank you. I will. Thank you. All right, are we good to move on?
Yeah, I am.
The bucket represents games that give you a lot of freedom to solve problems in creative ways. Games like Metal Gear Solid 5, Breath of the Wild, Hitman, and not even just because of the Lego metaphor, but Minecraft and Fortnite, especially Fortnite. Battle Royale games are the definition of player choice and freedom.
Yeah, the issue is
That's a
those
bit of
games,
a reach.
a little bit. Like, first of all, some of the games he listed are different from each other, even. Minecraft is a creation game, so...
It's a game built on the concept of you have a big ass bucket of Lego.
Yeah. Whereas Breath of the Wild, you have limited resources at the beginning. You can find resources for yourself. Well, I mean, you could argue that survival part of Minecraft is a bit like that, but Breath of the Wild, you start with a limited amount of resources, and you have to try to get them in whatever way you can. The freedom part of Breath of the Wild is the fact that you technically can you just only have one major goal in Breath of the Wild, and that is to defeat Ganon. Like, you could do that in whatever way possible in that game. Like,
Didn't somebody immediately start the game up proper and then beat Ganon in 20 minutes?
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, something like that. Now, granted, that would take skills, and the game still recommends you doing stuff. Like, the story still recommends you going to 4 kingdoms within the map in order to reunite with 4 allies that'll help you weaken the force so you can defeat him easier. Hence the game recommends you to do that, but you don't have to do that.
Make sure you get the points.
But what I'm getting,
Yeah.
and I'm guessing that game in particular is going to be the reason why he's not a fan of Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, Breath of the Wild is going to be the antithesis. His antithesis.
Well, it's
However,
funny. Sorry, go ahead.
To say the Breath of the Wild is on the same vein as Minecraft is stretching it, and especially on the same vein of Fortnite, because Fortnite is actually quite limited. It's in an open world map, but the point of it is it's a battle royale. You just have to keep killing people, and the map shrinks as you go. So
I guess he would say it's just the ways in which you kill people are very choice oriented. Like there's what's the old saying? There's like a million ways to skin a.
There's more than one way to skin a cat.
That's it. Oh god, that's a horrible, horrible saying. But yeah, I mean, there is more than one way to skin a cat, I guess.
There is more than one way to pet a cat, and I have my little kitty cat on my lap right now.
That's
a lot better.
He is judging
That's better. We're gonna use that from now on.
Very much.
Yeah, I agree.
Yay.
So yeah,
out of respect for your feloned brethren.
There's more than one way to pet a cat, and he would say there's more than one way to kill someone in Fortnite. You can destroy almost anything and build, but I mean, for me, this again goes back to the Lego bucket analogy because we're using Fortnite as the positive. I really wish he would have said, because Spizard, you said he'll probably mainly be thinking of Breath of the Wild, but he said especially Fortnite, which is a really weird positive example to use against Red Dead Redemption 2. Because Red Dead Redemption 2 is a much, much better game just on every level. But that's why I said it goes back to the Lego bucket analogy, where he sees a Lego bucket. It doesn't matter how good the Lego bucket is. It doesn't matter that Fortnite is a Lego bucket with not very great pieces inside. It's a bucket. And so it's automatically better in his eyes.
Yep, it's a bucket.
That sure is a bucket, all right.
Bucket.
This isn't even a Lego. This is a Lord of the Rings action figure. Did you?
Oh
know
my God!
more?
It's
Oh,
what's his
he
name?
did. It's that guy from The Boys.
No, the guy from The Boys is Eomer. That's his name, right? Eomer.
Yeah, that's the guy from The Boys.
No, enough of you.
That you can fucking put a sensor dart on a helicopter and blackout and fly around
That is
and
AMR
see where dudes
from The
are,
Boys.
and also so that you can snipe people and talk about gators with Eddie Burback.
Some gator gotta come fucking. Some gator gotta show his snout.
The assortment of different Legos just represent all the different
But
gameplay
also, yeah, he
mechanics
did
and-
commit a cardinal sin. He mixed other stuff in with the Legos. That's a big no-no.
What's the other? What, like that pink thing right there?
Well, that wasn't the purple thing I was talking about, but yeah, several of those pink things don't look like actual Legos. That silver thing in the top center, on the surface, would look like a wheel piece, but it doesn't look like any wheel piece I've seen. Granted, I haven't played with Legos much lately, but this video was made in 2018, right?
Those, yeah, I think so.
This video is 8 years old.
Damn, don't say
Yeah.
that. No, but I think those pink things might be Myra. You'd know better than me, but like, is that Lego Friends stuff? And also, that's
No, I
those are pink,
I
not
don't
purple.
know. They don't even look like Legos to me.
Oh,
It might.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna-
don't.
I'll do
I
a
don't
search
like-
for him.
I don't like
Gladys.
Lego Friends and such, but I think I'm fairly confident, at least for older stuff, that I can tell which is a Lego piece and which is not.
okay.
Go on, Eli.
It is Lego Garden Wall Lattice.
Ah, so it is a Lego thing. Okay.
So it is part of the Lego Friends.
Oh,
Well, see, Spizard,
Huh.
that just goes to show how terrible Lego Friends is and why Lego Star Wars is a million times better, because you'll never look at a Lego
That
Star
is
Wars
not true.
piece and go, is that even Lego?
because you
That
guys
depends
just hate
on the
hot
piece.
pink.
No, I like
magenta.
hot pink.
I can't really tell if it's hot. Is it magenta?
I like
I
it.
don't know.
It's my
Bubblegum
favorite
kind of
pink.
person.
I prefer hot pink over whatever.
Vanilla pink.
Like, yeah, sure.
Hmm.
I actually
all
like
types of
purple a
pink
lot.
equally. Oh, I love purple. I love lavender.
I too love purple. This is a productive conversation.
Yay.
Absolutely.
What were we talking
Option.
about?
Let's see.
that the
Color
player has.
theory.
So if there's a mission in Metal Gear Solid 5 where you got to rescue a hostage from an enemy camp, my Lego creation could look like this, where I ride in on a horse outside of the camp and then get behind the comms tower and put some C4 on it and then go over here and blow it up and make a distraction so that all these guys are coming over here and looking over here. What was that noise? And then using that
This is really
chaos,
riveting.
I sneak in and I rescue the hostage who
It's not a Lego piece.
Yeah, oh, I was gonna say, yeah, now he's committing the cardinal sin. Get that thing out of here. That's very
What is that
bad.
thing?
It's
Well, he
just
had
like a
the
little
ankle-
figure.
action figure in there too, to be frank, but yeah, that's not a Lego piece.
Get it away from the Legos.
Stop it.
being portrayed by Darth Maul and carry him on my back and go out here and get the helicopter takes us away and we're fine. In your creation, where
Wait,
maybe
did he say
you
that
chose to-
minifigure was portrayed by Darth Maul?
Yeah, I think that was
That
a little.
didn't look like a Darth Maul minifig.
I'm just gonna take his word for it.
drive a car and you ghost ride it into the watchtower and that guy goes fucking flying and the car blows up and then you hop out of son of a bitch and then you murder everyone in sight and then you go and rescue the hostage who's probably shitting his pants at this point and Darth Maul's like, oh my god, and then you're like, come on,
Oh, that is
guy,
Darth
let's
Maul.
go. And then
My bad.
Okay, I'm glad he's not spreading misinformation.
you get out of there.
Yeah.
You can see that my creation and your creation, or whatever's left of it, are totally different and unique from each other. And that's the power of the bucket, because we each had a unique experience that feels personal to our ever-developing gamer bodies. And yes, I did have...
That is like an advantage that video games have over other mediums. But like, correct me if I'm wrong, but video games weren't always like that necessarily, where they were all different experiences depending on... that really started when like video game RPGs and open world games started, you know?
Yeah, I think where this argument came from is that people got upset that insecure critics say that video games are not art, which is not true. Video games are art,
Video
even
game
the
critics
crappiest
and pretentious literature majors.
Yeah, like George R. Martin.
Right, yeah.
But I think people say, look, see, people can have a completely different experience from video games. It's just an argument that came as a result of trying to justify video games as art, but I don't think that's always true. Now, granted, well, okay, I think technically it's true in that one guy could happen to move the player character like 1 foot forward in a certain spot while another player happens to move only 2 feet forward to the left, blah, 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 stuff like that. But like there are plenty of linear games that are still quite good, but all basically give people the same experience.
Yeah, if you played Pac-Man, you've played the same experience as every single person who's ever played Pac-Man.
Exactly.
And as far as to the point where it's like, oh, well, you can move your character around a little different. You might as well argue that people can have... In fact, you don't even have to like argue it. It's a thing that has happened, but people have had different experiences watching the same movie or reading the same book. Just because of the... it's described that reading a book or watching a movie is a passive experience. That's technically true, but it does require some activity from you. You do need to pay attention, and you do need to interpret the art. I've had discussions where people have watched the same movie as me and just must have missed a crucial piece of information, or I missed a crucial piece of information, and we had different viewing experiences because of that. But it's still linear, and a lot of games, especially a lot of older games, are linear, and that's fine. You're right. This argument that like, oh, everyone can have a different experience is desperation. It's just a desperate attempt to have people go, okay, I see, fine. Video games are art because you can make choices, sure. And it's like, that's not why it's art. That's not why it's art.
Like, I wouldn't be recommending Ratchet and Clank games to people if I assumed they would have a completely different experience, because like that's not the point of them. And if they had a different experience than I would be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, and
well, I guess the different experience comes, from the subjectivity what people bring to the games. I think Undertale is a very interesting experiment in player agency and how far players are willing to go to balance their attachment to the characters and the fulfillment of all the objectives that possible.
Oh, you
for
were
example, like
cutting out there. You cut out for a little bit there at the end of it. What were you saying?
Oh no, I was just saying that Undertale, for example, is an experiment in player agency, where this is less of a linear game. Well, it is, but it isn't, because there's all of these choices that influence what the outcomes are. But how are players willing to balance their attachment to the characters with all of the available content that the game has to offer? Because the game tells you that you could access these new elements, these new dialogue options, these new outcomes if you sacrifice your attachment, your feelings towards the characters, and that's the genocide. And I think that
Yeah.
says a lot about player subjectivity, and player choice, of course, is a way to really crack that open. But I think even in linear, attached to the characters, with them, actions with our past experiences, that's
I think you're
art.
cutting out quite a bit again.
Huh.
Is it like cutting? I mean, I still heard. I think we all still heard what you were saying. Yeah, is it cutting out, or it's like that thing where your voice kind of trails off for a second, but then picks up,
Yeah.
like picks back up with what you were saying, but just a second later. It's weird. I don't know.
That's strange.
Doesn't seem to be
Yeah.
happening
Okay, well,
anymore though.
we could edit that part out then.
No, we still we understood what you said. No worries.
Yay.
Yeah.
Still Discord being weird.
Fun putting 5, where you got to rescue a hostage from an enemy camp. My Lego creation could
what?
look like this, where I ride in on a horse.
Wait a
outside of the
minute, we
camp
already-
and then, get behind the
Yeah.
comms tower.
Okay, we were at the 7-minute mark though. Thank
Yeah.
God I for some reason remembered that. We were
Yeah, I
at
don't
the
know why
7-minute
it
mark.
took us back there.
Don't even ask. I will now
Yeah, that
show
is
you the
weird.
sound of my childhood.
It is a very satisfying sound.
Use
What did he just
What is it?
use napkin?
Oh,
is-
oh,
ew.
God.
Jesus.
Oh.
That
Now,
better be a
moving over to
napkin.
The Lego set here.
Huh?
Nope, it's tissue.
We're gonna say it's a napkin. You know, we're gonna argue in good faith.
This is a
Okay,
completely
hang on
different
guys. Could you just pause it? I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, we can edit this part out. I
Just
say
a heads
we,
up,
but really-
I'm about to drive home, so
Okay, I'm
okay.
back.
I'm gonna go mute for a little bit, but I'm still
I'm
listening.
back.
Okay.
kind of experience. The Legos in the set still represent the gameplay mechanics, but you're following a predetermined order on how you're going to experience all the different.
Yeah, but that's cool. I mean, well, we already made those arguments,
Well,
but it's
depends on the set.
right,
And
of course.
you could argue that. I mean, to be frank, that Lego set is actually pretty good. It is a nicely built ship, and so it just happens to be based off of a really crappy moment in a not so great movie that I may or may not have used to think was a masterpiece.
It's okay. We've all been there.
Different shit that
Yep.
the game has to offer. So when you finally finish your Lego creation, your creation and my creation are going to look very similar. And this isn't necessarily a bad thing because there's plenty of great Lego.
It's not like not necessarily a bad thing. It's just not a bad thing. You know, flat out. Also, yay, Portal 2! Hooray!
Wait, what?
He's showing Portal 2 right now.
No, it's not. It's doing that thing. I'm still at the part where it says not always bad.
Oh, that's alright. Let me just take us back a smidge. Here, actually, can you just scroll to 740? And then when I click play, it should play for both of us.
Okay, the 740.
740. Myra, you're
I'm at
740.
741.
Okay, same thing. But yeah, Myra, you're at 740, right?
I'm on 7. Let me go a little forward.
You're on 7?
Oh man, we just left her behind.
Oh,
I'm
damn.
on 739.
All right, yeah, we're all
I
just
think
a second.
it works.
I'm at 740.
Great. All right, I'm gonna click play.
Cool.
Hopefully this works.
Lego set type games. Portal 2,
Yep.
Uncharted
Yay.
2, Inside, fucking Donkey Kong Country. These games are very linear and have specific beats and gameplay moments that they want you to experience in a certain order and way,
Yep.
and there's nothing wrong with that. All these games are fucking wet dreams. But the problem with Red Dead 2 and almost all of Rockstar's open world games is that they're constantly flip-flopping between these two different kinds of design. You have the open world.
It's so funny that he said that's the problem when I honestly forgot that he made this argument, but we all kind of collectively agreed that, yeah, it's best when you're playing Legos to both do your own thing with your Lego bucket, but then also buy cool Lego sets. Whereas, like, he would describe that as like, oh, you're flip-flopping. You should pick one and commit.
You could do both at the same time pretty effectively. I mean, obviously, I like GTA 3. It worked really well. it's a linear open world game, you could say, and so is Red Dead 2. I don't have either problems of that. I mean, I love Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring. I like what they do, but like they're different games. They have different goals. They do different things. So I wouldn't necessarily say one is better than the other. Well, obviously, I I don't like Red Dead Redemption 2 as much, but again, it has nothing to do with the linearity or open world stuff. It's
You would be the perfect person to react to. There was a post I saw, I think it was on Twitter, but like someone was saying this is why Red Dead 2 is better than Elden Ring, and it was someone threw some kind of fire spell or something in Elden Ring on a field of grass, and then someone threw a Molotov cocktail on a field of grass in Red Dead 2, and the grass caught fire in Red Dead 2 and started spreading, whereas in Elden Ring, it just, like, the fire was there and then it dissipated, you know? And someone was legitimately like, I mean, granted, I'm a huge fan of Red Dead 2, and I do not like Elden Ring, but that is the dumbest argument you could possibly make.
Elden Ring is more fantastical. It's not trying to be the most realistic game ever. And that's what's so great about Red Dead Redemption 2, because it is trying to be the most realistic game ever. And it actually succeeds on many of the aspects. Meowrah, you see the clouds in the sky? Assuming you're able to see the image?
Experiment with the different gameplay systems
Did that work?
and explore your surroundings and potentially do.
All right, so Meowrah, you could probably barely see them, but you can see the clouds in the sky?
Yes, I can.
Those are fully rendered clouds.
Wow. That's so
And
cool.
you know what? I think Red Dead Redemption 2 is a perfect game for that, because it tries to be as realistic as possible while telling a grounded story, and it mostly succeeds at that. I said that I'm not a personal fan of this kind of style of game, but I understand why it works. And it is really effective, don't get me wrong, because now I would prefer to play the Horizon Zero Dawn video games because they're a bit more action-packed and such. But when playing Red Dead Redemption 2, I was more excited at seeing an actual alligator for the first time in that world than I was fighting robot alligators that spit ice balls at you in Horizon Zero Dawn. Because of how it's set up. Like, the realism in the game is really effective. I just don't like it as much as, replayability. It's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah. I mean, hey, different floats for different boats. Am I right?
Yeah.
Do some creative problem solving, and then the missions, which essentially shoot all of that in the face and boil down to following a yellow line and waiting to be told what to do. And if you do anything other than the exact thing you're supposed to do, mission failed. Try to take a different route, mission failed.
Yeah, but I mean, not to use whataboutism, but I mean, isn't that literally every open world game ever? And I don't mean to say, well, look, they did it, or you know what I mean? Not literally everyone ever, but a good chunk of them. Not to say that because they did it, it's okay, but more so that's kind of just an inherent thing too. If you want to make like a very story-focused game, but you still want it to be open world, then if the players aren't actually in a mission, if they don't have a specific goal in mind, then they can just ride around or fly around or do whatever in the open world and just do what they want. Because they're not in a mission. The story isn't progressing. I mean, hell, even the Lego games are like this, you know? I don't really see anything wrong with it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And like some of these complaints he has on the surface do sound like good critiques, like taking a different path to your destination. That does sound dumb initially, but that is intentional like that, because the story does evolve during gameplay elements, which means you have to talk to characters, and they often have conversations with each other during horse riding.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, Yeah, it's there's nothing wrong with. I mean, people use the word railroading as like an inherently bad thing, but there's nothing inherently wrong with it if you're doing it because it's the only way to progress a good, well told story. Then it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You just take the path that the game devs made for you. There's nothing wrong with that.
Failed. Try to flank the enemy. Mission
Well, as
failed.
long as the
Attempt to-
path is good, rather, like obviously
Right,
there's
yeah.
some crap.
No, I agree there.
Be even slightly creative in your approach in a fucking stealth mission by climbing onto a roof. Mission failed. For whatever excuse.
Okay, I mean that is pretty dumb. Well, actually, I don't know. If
Well,
you,
it depends on the context.
yeah, actually,
Like I could acknowledge that maybe there are some areas that could have been better off with all of them. Like, here's the thing: if his point was that there are certain segments that would be better off being more Lego bucket like, then sure, I probably would be inclined to agree with that. It's just he seems to be saying the entire game should be like that, and well, that's our source of disagreement.
well, yeah, I mean his problem is just the fact that there is linearity in this game. Like anytime the game is linear, he's like it's a problem because it's a Lego set instead of a Lego bucket, even though that's not a bad thing. And then he tries to justify it by saying, well, linear games are okay as long as they're linear 100% of the time. Which isn't even true of some of the linear games that he pointed out. But also, he's like, well, if you dip your toe in player choice, if you let the player mess around at all, during the open world, well, then now you just gotta commit to having a fully non-linear game with many, many different paths on how to do everything. And that's just, it's unrealistic, and it doesn't need to be an expectation. Like, this feels particularly unfair to Red Dead 2. I don't think he would levy this criticism to a myriad of other games that do the same thing, because he's not explaining why it's bad. He's just explaining why it's linear.
Yeah.
Rockstar comes up with for you doing anything other than exactly what they want you to do, which when you think about it is really fucking ironic because this is a game about bad boy outlaws that disobey the rules and do whatever they want. And this kind of design wouldn't be so bad if Rockstar just
Well, they still have rules, like to themselves. That's sort of that's part of the point, I would say. See, there's there's part of some evidence as to how written or well written the game is, because generally speaking, I think if you can misinterpret art, then that means there's enough there to interpret that's complex enough, or the meaning is hidden enough to where you kind of got to work a little bit to understand what like the author or the creator is telling you. I don't know if you guys would agree with that. Would you guys agree with that?
I don't think Eli would. And
must have
I kind
offended
of
him.
spaced out, to be honest.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was just pointing out that I think he kind of misinterpreted a little bit about the story, where he was like, why do I have to follow these rules when I'm an outlaw and I can just break rules and do whatever I want? Because, like,
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
yeah, go ahead.
There are outlaws with a code of conduct, sort of, right? And part of
Yeah.
the reason why they break up at the end is because their boss starts breaking that conduct because he starts going insane. Because they always, I remember in the beginning of the game, they say, "Oh, they happen to be better than other groups," right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's like their
All right.
whole thing. Hey, welcome back. But yeah, they Dutch runs a tight shift there, and they have their own morals. The game isn't saying like, well, they're good people. See, they follow their own rules. It's actually very critical of these people. It's just that they do still have a code, and it's how they justify the things that they do. And it's one of those things that Arthur has to learn, which is that, you know, these rules don't actually make us better from other thieves and killers and madmen. You know, it's just excuses. Though this is more so kind of expanded upon in the first game, oddly enough. In fact, John pretty much says so outright to Javier when he captures him. I can't remember the dialogue specifically, but he just says something to the like of like the way we lived. It wasn't what Dutch was describing. It was just excuses so that we can do bad things. But the fact that they do follow rules is a big part of their characters, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fully committed to the type of game they want to make. They want the missions to be these linear Naughty Dog style blockbuster roller coasters, in the open world to be this Breath of the Wild West realistic cowboy simulation. But by having one...
Is the open world a lot like Breath of the Wild, Spiz? Or...
I would... It does have some similarities, but I wouldn't... Like, broadly speaking, yes, both the open world section of this and Breath of the Wild, you go out, you go hunting for resources, you occasionally come across some people and do side missions for them, and occasionally you just come across some bad guys. But what makes Breath of the Wild different is that when you come across a side mission, it isn't a super linear side mission story where you still specifically have to, I don't know, watch a cutscene or so. They're more just typical fetch quest stuff. So you retrieve some items for them sometimes, or sometimes it's just a person telling you that there's something special at a specific location, so you can go to that specific location and retrieve special armor or something like that. But also in Breath of the Wild, and this is what makes the game pretty unique, you often find shrines. They're basically little auto checkpoint map things. Like, that's one of the major things about the Breath of the Wild map, too. You only technically need to explore certain sections once. And as long as you go to the shrine and solve the puzzles in the shrine and activate them, then you could just teleport there whenever the hell you want.
Oh, okay. Like,
even if you're
like fast
technically
travel towers.
Yeah, even if you're technically doing parts of a main mission. Like, literally the only time I could think of where you can't really go do that fast travel stuff is if you straight up go inside one of the 4 kingdoms that it recommends you to go to for the
mission.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say
Whoops.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the open world of Red Dead 2 is that similar to Breath of the Wild.
Okay. Because
the similarities are like, technically you can eat food.
Well, then I guess it's just like it, actually. But yeah, I really wish I've played the game, because I do think that kind of does put like a thorn in him trying to be like, yeah, it's trying to be like a Breath of the Wild style open world. That just didn't feel true to me, but I don't know. I haven't played the game, but yeah, it sounds to me like Red Dead 2 is not trying to be like any other game. It is like the other Rockstar games. Rockstar has a very specific identity, I think.
Exactly. I think that's kind of his thesis, actually, is that Rockstar Games design in general is outdated, whereas Breath of the Wild isn't. I think he's implying something like that.
Okay.
But he might not be. I'm just speculating.
Okay.
Foot and roller coaster design, neither design ever achieves its full potential and is never as interesting or as deep or as consistent as its contemporaries. Because in order to get the player to experience exactly what you want in an open world game, first you gotta make them ride to the mission marker, and then you gotta ride to where the mission actually takes place, and then you gotta wait for something to inevitably go wrong, and then shoot guys in the face, and then do that over and over and over and over. Red Rover, send good missions on over. And it's
wait, but the missions have good variety, though. It's different each time.
That's like all open world RPGs.
Well, yeah, I'd say a
sort
good
of,
chunk.
yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, the missions are good and they're different.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that not all not even close to all the missions go exactly like that.
Yeah.
Granted, he probably is just exaggerating, and he would know it's exaggerating. So, like, I'm not holding it off against him for being a spineless liar or anything like that. I think that's just a statement where we're supposed to know it's a bit of exaggeration. You know what I'm saying?
I suppose, yeah. It's just like, I don't know. Don't rely on an incorrect exaggeration to make your point, because I mean, that's like really an exaggeration. And also built on some things that, like, just aren't even true, in the sense that, like, the parts of these missions that are similar, like, yeah, a lot of them do include you riding to the destination on your horse with a companion of some sort. They're all unique in that they give different story benefits, each one. You're talking to a different person. They're talking about a different thing. You know, they're expanding on the story. Riding to go rob a house with Javier is very different than riding to the top of some mountain with rains fall, because, like, they're talking about such vastly different things. Rainsfall is talking about mortality and karma and life with Arthur. You can't just look at them both and be like, oh yeah, it's just the part where you have to ride somewhere with someone right next to you. Boring. Can we get something new? It's different.
Yeah.
It's different each time.
It's just sad because they have this magnum dong of a map that's so gorgeous and huge with crazy attention to detail, with signs that give you directions and other
That is a
landmarks
beautiful
to tell
game.
where you're.
Yeah. It is one of the best looking games I've ever seen.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It is.
I think with this art style, that being realistic, I think the only game I can think of at the top of my head that rivals this would probably be Batman Arkham Knight.
Arkham Knight does look very good.
Oh, and Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy.
Oh, I played Uncharted.
Wait, really? Oh, which
yeah?
ones?
Uncharted 3 and 4.
Okay, you gotta play Uncharted 2. It's so good, you'll love it. Best one in the series. But that's cool.
Well, my favorite is Lost Legacy.
I
strangely enough,
haven't
but
played that one yet.
I mean, it's short and it doesn't have Nathan Drake in it, but it's still pretty good.
Cool.
Going. And before the game came out, I remember seeing some rumor float around that if you play the game without the radar on, NPCs will actually give you directions for missions, and then you have to pay more attention to the game world itself instead of this little fucking circle in the corner. And when I heard that shit, I got super excited because it meant that I could turn off the radar and just use the compass and the fucking physical map that comes with the game. Because while Rockstar has always included these sweet-ass maps with their games, I've only ever had to bust one out to complete a mission once, and it was fucking amazing. In Grand Theft Auto 4,
Oh boy,
Oh,
that's
no!
a whole new can of worms right there. So, what about digital downloads?
That's true.
What about? I mean, of course, people could counter argument and say, "Well, yeah, but what if you got the internet?" But then I could bring up the argument, "But yeah, what if you had the internet when you downloaded the game, but by the time you start playing it, you don't have the internet anymore because the evil government taking it away from you for some reason."
Yeah.
So-
and why are we responsible if we buy a game, if we pay full price for a game? We don't do that thing anymore as gamers where it's like, okay, now also buy separately this gaming manual that is required to know how to play the game, and to, you know, it tells you where to go because the game doesn't. It's like, I paid full price for this video game. Can't I just play the game? We don't do that anymore. Why is he asking?
No,
that?
we do. We do that still, just in a different way now. It's called microtransactions.
Oh God, yeah. Well, I should say we shouldn't do that anymore.
Yeah. I mean, but listen, I don't mind the concept of games where it kind of encourages you to, like, memorize some things and even bust out a real piece of paper and pencil to jot them down. Granted, those games wouldn't be my cup of tea, and I'm glad they don't take up the majority of the market, to be honest. But I mean, I wouldn't mind if there's a game out there that, like, does that encourages people and lets them know that, hey, you probably should also get a paper and a pencil for this or something like that, you know?
Yeah, no, that's totally fine, and that's a whole different thing. Because, like, well, for one, who doesn't have access to a pen and paper? Like, I'm pretty sure you can't live life without pen and paper at some point. But also,
Well,
too,
what if they got the console but not pen and paper, huh?
well, that was going to be my second point, is if you somehow miraculously had no pens, pencils, paper, or anything to write on in your house or apartment or wherever, if that somehow happened, I would assume these games you're talking about that's like, hey, it could be helpful to like write some stuff down. It's not necessary. And that there are still tools within the game for how to complete it and how to get to where you gotta go. I mean, that has to be standard. Like, I'm sorry, we have to draw a line in the sand at some point, and we have to just demand that games be complete in and of themselves and give you all the tools for how to complete it, where you don't need an external source. But even on top of that, cracking out a physical map to get around places, he may seem like, I mean, he may think that's a lot of fun for himself. That's his preference. I think that would be annoying as hell. I don't even like using maps in real life. I like the little blue line in Google Maps. Thank you very much. It just, I don't know. On a personal level, that sounds really annoying and terrible. I don't know if you guys feel different and like if that would be cool.
I mean, it could be fun if that's what the whole point of the game is. You know, something similar.
Oh, right,
Not
yeah.
exact to Skylanders.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
but like,
if that were the point of the game. But if you were to just do that on this game, I mean, Red Dead's map is huge. That map that he pulled out that goes with the game, I have that as well. It just kind of, it's a map of the whole area. Like the entire playable map. It's not zoomed in, if you know what I mean. You would need many maps to do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it would be even readable for what he's describing.
No,
Because
not
Red Dead
that
Redemption 2 is certainly not a map type game. I heard that Grand Theft Auto 3 was apparently like that.
Oh. Well, yeah, I don't know. I didn't have a map with that game. But I do know that if you were to have maps for each individual like section in Red Dead 2 and try to use it to move around, for one, a lot of the areas don't actually have enough signs or directions. But two, the stack full of maps would be literally like thicker than the case for the game.
I thought maybe
terrible.
if you turn that off, like the little mini map, maybe just pausing your game, because that pulls up your map on most Rockstar games, could be like emulating the feeling of, stopping and looking at your map.
Eli, you goddamn genius. How did I never think of that? Oh my god. All the times I've seen this video.
Really?
And I never even stopped to think about that. Yeah, there is literally a map in the game. You don't need to use a physical the game has a map, and you don't have to put little markers that show you where to go. You can just follow the map. You're absolutely right.
That's right, yeah.
Oh my god. This is a really bad argument.
Oh god. Did I just dismantle his entire argument?
Well, it was already bad before, but like this is a whole other level of like there's already a map in the game. Like we've been discussing about how like having to use a map would be annoying. And he's like, "Well, I'd at least like the option." It's like, "Well, you have an option." If he really wants Rockstar to mail out like or not mail out, but make available readable maps for all the different parts of Red Dead 2 for like everyone who has the game, that's just unreasonable. It's too much paper. That's way too much paper. Think about all the dead trees. But also, ew, GTA 4.
These awesome side missions where you would receive a text with a description of a car you're supposed to steal along with its address. No icon on the map, no waypoint on the radar, just a text.
I got tagged!
And because the in-game map doesn't show the street names, I had to bust out the actual physical map that came with the game and study the names of the roads to find the exact location of the car. And then when I went to that...
Yeah, and guess what? Boy. When I played the game, I didn't get any map. I didn't even know that maps were even made available for this game. So you can imagine how fun those missions were. This is such a terrible fucking game, dude.
That sounds like a miserable gaming experience, especially if you just don't know what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
guys, for those who don't know, this is, as far as I know, this is Blibo's ultimate hot take. Grand Theft Auto 4 is shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Myra, this isn't a miserable gaming experience. GTA 4 is the miserable gaming experience. I am sorry to say, folks at home.
Oh my.
But it is honestly the worst time I've ever had playing a video game. Completing this game was pain. It was pure pain and misery. And this right here that he brought up is just a microcosm. Because, yeah, I suppose there were physical maps given out when the game initially released. I don't know. Maybe it came with the Xbox 360 version. But if you buy the game today and you don't know about this, when you try to do any of these missions, you received a text message of a car that could be literally anywhere. The picture doesn't really give you a clue as to where it is. It gives you directions, but you probably don't know where those streets are or how to get to them. GTA 4 is a pretty big map, and it takes a while to get across.
City's pretty big.
Yeah, and they made it take an artificially long amount of time to get around the map because it's basically separated into 4 kind of islands that have toll booths in between each one. So anytime you want to get from one to the other, you either have to slow down and pay a toll or go through a police chase, which is terrible in its own sense because then you have to spend a lot of time evading the police. And this game is just an expert in wasting your time. So I love that he's using this as a positive example and saying that Red Dead 2 should take some notes from this. I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
location in the
it's great.
Game, bada boom, bada bing, Michael Scott's Sebring, there's the car. And that felt amazing. I felt like an actual badass instead of a toddler that needed to be told what to do every 5 seconds. So you could surmise that while I was
Now, I
playing
will
Red Dead
say
2,
there are some games that are kind of, because there has been a whole argument of, many video games have been babying people too much, which actually kind of goes into a more philosophical, I guess, arguments about real life of how apparently we're being babied too much, which, to be frank, is not true, and especially not in the days now. But I can kind of understand why some people don't like the instructions and would prefer to play GTA 4. Because, it's sort of like it makes people feel like they've accomplished something. Like that's kind of the appeal of the Dark Souls games. Actually, it legitimately helps people out of depression because of how extremely difficult it is and how it doesn't hold your hand and it makes you solve problems on your own and you realize, shit, if I could do it I could do it in real life. Now, granted, I do think people do exaggerate the difficulty of the Dark Souls games a little bit. Not much with Elden Ring. Elden Ring is quite shockingly difficult. But Dark Souls, it does hit a few bumps there, but overall, I think Dark Souls is only about, I guess, maybe only 2/3 as difficult as the public makes it out to be. Like, I think I think the video game Jak and Daxter 2 is actually more difficult than the first game. I mean, granted, it'd probably be the first Dark Souls would probably, like, I was prepared for the difficulty of Dark Souls, so I don't know, maybe if I just went in headlong, then maybe Dark Souls would be more difficult, but...
Right. No, I get what you mean. I mean, a lot of games I had heard had like a very daunting difficulty. I ended up struggling more with GTA 4 than those games, just because of the fact that GTA 4 is not difficult in the challenge that it brings. It's difficult in that it does everything possible to destroy your patience. The missions are hard. They're not that hard. But what is difficult is choosing to continue to play the game when you have to start the entire mission over from the beginning every time you die. That's where the challenge comes in. And no thanks. I'm good.
It's difficult through the most bullshit way.
Pretty much.
It's
Yeah.
not the fun type of difficult, which part of is also part of the appeal of Dark Souls. I think they're the fun type of difficult. Like they're difficult, but the challenge is kind of fun. You know,
Hmm.
I mean, not so much of the first game to be honest, but I'm kind of biased. I like Dark Souls 3 more.
Yeah.
It,
Well, I think
they
like
are different games.
to give Nakey Jakey some credit, I think what you were saying, where it's like, yeah, people want the option to feel like they've accomplished something. Technically, that is what he's saying. I don't think he's like outright said, yeah, we should remove the waymarker system from the game entirely. I mean, if that is what he's trying to allude to, holy crap, no, absolutely not. But I don't think that's what he's saying. However, well, you'll see.
He's
I tried to play the game without having the radar turned on and just the compass. And while roaming the open world, it's fucking great. If I meet a stranger and he tells me that I should go rob a yellow house in the woods north of Rhodes, I'm gonna use that information along with my compass and my physical map to figure out where to go. And not having a waypoint always telling you exactly where to go makes even the simple process of adventuring around and finding stuff super satisfying. You feel like this badass cowboy explorer with a map and fucking mutton chops. But once you actually start any of the missions, it is impossible to do shit without having the radar on. Even in the case of a mission where the instruction was just to park this stolen stagecoach in a secluded spot. I didn't have the radar on at the time, and I was like, all right, sweet, let me go find a spot. But I should have known better than to mess with you harder like a black widow baby because, oh, the game meant this specific secluded spot. Oh, I'm an idiot dungo brain. Why did I ever think?
Okay, that is actually a pretty bad example. I would agree with him there. That's dumb. But for the most part, I would say it's a bit hypocritical that he's saying, like, for most of the game, if you try to go without the waypoint marker system, it's too hard. And then he can't figure out what the game wants him to do or where to go. It's like, yeah, that's why the waypoint markers exist. That's why games don't give you physical maps that are necessary for how to complete them, because
and there's also the fact that there are some spots that are secluded for a good reason. Like, for example, you gotta hide behind a specific tree because that said specific tree could also like have a secret map that the mission wants you to find. And like, sure, the characters could tell you, they could point at the character to go to the tree, but I don't think, especially through the third person's perspective, the audience would be able to pick that up so easily. So yeah, I think the compass is very important to the mission stories for a good reason.
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to tell the story yet? Do you want to wait till we get to the morality part?
Yeah, I'll wait until he gets to karma because I just realized he hasn't talked about that yet.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna click play then, if everyone's ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right.
I genuinely love the characters and the story that Red Dead 2 is trying to tell. There are some genuinely thrilling missions when it works.
I killed your friend. Really starting to irritate me.
Yeah, I guess the song has.
Oh yeah, the
Okay.
soundtrack in that
It's
part.
on sax. It's so fucking cool.
It is so fucking cool. Just wanted to pause to say that.
But those moments are overshadowed by so many repetitive and mindless missions that it starts to feel like you're looking at this beautiful Lego bucket and you're realizing all its potential for unique and creative gameplay moments. But then your older brother keeps barging into the room telling you which pieces you gotta use.
It's not really a very... Okay, I might be showing my ignorance of the English diction, but when an apt analogy is like an accurate, right? That's like an analogy that works, right? Okay, well in this case, this is not a very apt analogy because he's saying like you feel like you're looking at this Lego bucket, but it's like, but it's not the Lego bucket. We established that it's a Lego set, and there's nothing wrong with that. We had we discussed maybe even too much last time, just how much it's okay that this is a Lego set game. So this analogy doesn't really quite work. It's more so, I guess, just
Yeah.
him trying to express how much he wishes it was a different type of game. He just wishes it was more like Fortnite. I'm exaggerating.
Yeah. That one took me a second, yeah. He was just more like Fortnite.
I wish I had more
And
But
Blood
also,
can't read
this
a map.
analogy doesn't work. This analogy also doesn't work because in Red Dead 2, you kind of have to follow its rules if you want to, let's say, play with the Legos. While with your brother just barging into the room, you could just kick him in the head and tell him to get out.
Right, yeah. Well, also, it's
Absolutely
like
good.
no one's forcing you to build anything any particular way. If you want to play this game, then you have to follow the rules of the game. If you don't like the rules of the game and you wish they were different, that's fine and all. It's not a problem with the game itself. Just go play Minecraft.
Yeah, well, I mean-
That's literally a skill issue.
Yeah, well, obviously that would depend on the game itself. Like, I know there are some games that have like rules that are just absolute bullshit, like Superman 64. You technically have to follow the rules of that game, but I wouldn't necessarily fault the player for not wanting to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's if the rules are bad, then the rules are bad. But that's not really what he's explaining.
Yeah, exactly.
This is just
Well,
like
I know.
weird expectations.
Well, yeah, just making sure potential straw manners don't,
Gotta watch
you
out
know,
for
do
them
the
potential straw
technically,
manners.
yeah.
how you're gonna use them, and that it's once again time to tap X a bunch and ride to a mission point, and then watch a cutscene, and then uh-oh, no way, what? Something went wrong again? No way! And now I gotta sit behind a broken-ass cover system that's somehow worse than the first game that came out 8 years ago, and then hit L2, and then...
But like, why is it?
Well, that is one thing I want you guys to talk about, because like, yeah, you know by now that I wasn't a personal fan of the gameplay, but I don't know which part of it is actually bad or not. I think it's all good as far as I know, but how about that cover system, you guys? Do you think the cover system was bad?
No, it's literally the same as Red Dead 1.
Yeah.
I would like to hear his explanation
was
as to why it's
fine.
worse.
Yeah.
That would be nice. I don't think he's gonna give one though.
I remember the original Red Dead being quite stiff as well. Though granted,
A lot of early to mid 2000s like third person shooters that introduced the cover mechanics, they were all, let's just say, unrefined. And it took quite a few years and practice to like get something working right. And honestly, all Rockstar games kind of fall under that category of it's rough as hell, but it does work.
Well,
Yeah.
sort of. GTA 4's cover mechanics are more so just it's rough as hell. Period.
well, after what you described to us about that game, I wouldn't be surprised if everything about it was shit.
It kind of that's true, but that's a discussion for
I heard peop-
another day.
Yeah.
You heard people what?
I heard people like to say that the controls in GTA 4 are smoother than GTA 5. Is that true?
No, it's absolutely not true. You know what? We're doing a whole episode on GTA 4 one day, I swear to God, but not today.
I need to get it
No,
so I
you
can
don't.
experience
We should
it.
do an
Because the
episode on
only
Disney Dreamlight
No.
Valley, so I feel represented.
Yes, that's another. Someone write that down.
Because if
That's
you
another
don't,
must do.
that's just sexism. Just hate me.
Don't worry. Oh, we will. Don't worry.
The choice I have in this game is which gun I'm gonna try to use to kill myself.
Well, hey, BM, you can choose the guns.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm just a simpleton, but deciding what weapons to use to kill enemies is it's very fun for me. Even if it's even in cases where it's entirely superficial, it just gets me. Like in Cyberpunk, you really don't have to worry about resource management at all. Like past very early on in the game, what guns you decide to use is just based on like how you want to kill people. But it still works for me, so I don't know. Maybe I'm simple.
Yeah, it's not like Doom
I
Eternal.
live by assault rifle, shotgun, and either a sniper or a pistol. That's my loadout.
There you go.
Okay, so now that we've all had a nap and calmed down, let's talk about the more interesting side of Rockstar's games, and especially Red Dead 2, and that is the open world. So whenever you're not being led through the game's missions and side missions, there's a variety of things that you can do in Rockstar's big, beautiful cowgirl fantasy, along with some really cool encounters that can happen to you. But we're going to talk about those in Chapter 3. And surrounding all of this stuff is an honor system, and a wanted system, and a bounty system.
Oh, we're going to talk about the honor system soon. We get to hear that amazing story.
Yep, and this part will be among my spicier takes about this game, but we'll put a pin in that for now.
Okay.
And a camp system, and none of these really work how you would expect, and one of them doesn't really seem to matter or make a difference, like at all. The last one I'm referring to is the camp system, which in theory was supposed to be a big incentive and driving cause for doing a lot of the activities in the game. Hunting, fishing, robbing, bounty hunting, gambling, anything that provides you with a good or money that you can either keep for yourself or donate to the camp to help take care of your fellow cowpokes, which is a super cool concept, right? Like in a game that's centered around a family of outlaws, it seems like that should be a pretty big deal, right? Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter at all. You can be the biggest degenerate.
Was that Mindy Kaling?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Mindy Kaling.
Oh boy.
Star of The Office,
Yeah,
Velma. Other things.
Yeah, she was also the creator. Yeah, Velma. I don't like Mindy Kaling.
Wow, so
But-
you hate women? I see.
He hates.
Yeah, they make me pretty mad. What was he going to say about camping?
He's basically laid the claim that it's a pointless mechanic, specifically the main camp that you have throughout the different chapters. You can invest money into making it better. I don't think it's entirely pointless, but I'm not gonna lie, there were a lot of mechanics about this game, specifically regarding around the camp, that I didn't use. The most I did to invest in it was add things to it that basically made it to where every time I would return, there would be free supplies waiting for me. I can't remember the specifics, but I think you can add like a medical area to the camp to where every once in a while when you return to it, there will be medicine and health elixirs and stuff. And similarly, there's something for food, so that I think you can add a bigger, cooking area that'll make like, little food things sitting around every once in a while when you turn back. Outside of that...
Same thing for munitions.
Yeah, but outside of that, I did not really utilize the camp mechanic too much. The camp really, I thought, was more effective, like, rather than a gameplay thing, it was more effective from a story perspective, because the camp is the safe area of the open world. Not really a lot dangerous can happen to you here. Dangerous things can happen in towns and cities and stuff, and definitely out in the wilderness. But in the camp, you're very safe. It usually feels pretty warm and inviting. And then as the chapters get along, the camp becomes smaller and more depressing and less advantageous, and there starts to become tension in it. So from a storytelling perspective, I love it. Gameplay wise, you can take it or leave it, I would say.
Degenerate piece of shit.
I did a mixture of the two. I liked to hunt to get skin rugs for it, but otherwise I didn't utilize camp stuff too much. So I guess you could say there could be some leeway for his arguments against the camp. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't quite made them yet. He's just said his conclusions, so we'll see.
Honor and be a complete C-word to everyone in the camp. That's cunt. C-word is cunt. And never donate a dickel to the services or the camp or the food or anything. And the story just keeps on chugging like nothing ever happened. Like, what the fuck? This not only lessens the meaning of so much of your...
Well, to be fair, not saying that this defends the point of the camp mechanics being worthless, but, you know, from a story perspective, to kind of protect it against any claims of ludonarrative dissonance, the things that Arthur does for the camp in cutscenes absolutely trumps whatever things he isn't doing during gameplay. Like, okay, he's not donating to camp, he's still saving everyone's lives several times throughout the story, you know? So... Yeah.
Open world interaction, but it could have easily been handled so much better. The game could have made it where you could only continue with the story if you've actually taken care of the camp and dumped a significant amount of money into it. Because not only does that bring the story and the open world closer together, now you actually have a strong incentive to rob a train or do some bounties or sell some animals. And it could make for some really great risk versus reward choices in the honor system as well, where now it's...
I actually...
Well, wait, wouldn't he then, if that does happen in the game, wouldn't he then argue that the game forces you to constantly get money for... I'm just trying to use his form of logic here.
That needs my help.
I don't know. I think it would be kind of annoying for there to be like an arbitrary point in the game where you can't conclude or you can't continue the story until
you do these
X amount of dollars have been donated to the camp. It's like, okay. I mean, it wouldn't be too unbearable depending on the amount of money. It's really not hard to get money in the game.
It is not.
Well, yeah. To be frank, I think that sounds like a somewhat decent idea. I'm just going by his form of logic.
I mean, I suppose I don't know how you would implement that in the game because you'd have to make quite a big story change to have a point where it can't continue unless he donated money to the camp. Like, where would that even be? Because everything that Arthur does and is involved in the story, at least when it comes to the main story, is really important things. Things that it wouldn't make sense for Dutch to go, like, oh, well, Arthur, I'd love for you to help me out, but you haven't donated enough money to camp. That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
I think I remember the last time I played, I had donated like $500 to the camp. And not 20 minutes later, when I had returned to camp after like a quick side quest, Miss Grimshaw was complaining to me about not contributing enough.
Yeah, because it only measures how often you contribute, not how much you contribute. Yeah, it's a bit annoying.
That does sound a bit bad. Now let's see what he has to say about
honor.
Yeah. But before we move on, I just want to say one criticism that I do kind of agree with them here, that there isn't enough initiative to actually be a bad outlaw. Like I said, it's very easy to make money. You make a lot of money from just looting dead bodies or continuing through the story. Almost all the side quests you do have monetary rewards, regardless of whether or not you do the good or evil outcome. So yeah, the only reason why you would actually want to rob people, rob trains and stuff, is for the experience of, you know, you want to play a video game where you're an outlaw who robs places. And that's perfectly valid in and of itself, but I can see where he would want a bit more conflict for the game to put you through. I do understand that point. Though also, to respond to what you were saying, Eli, about like the camp donations, I have actually heard a few people complain about that mechanic in the game. I actually think it's kind of brilliant, because when you look at it on its face, the mechanic of donating to camp is a complete ripoff. It never gives you any real benefit. It raises your honor, but by such a tiny degree. Which I think is actually more so beneficial from the story, because it's Dutch who tells people to donate to the camp. He never does it himself, and the lockbox is right next to his tent. It is literally a scam. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of
I see where you're getting at.
It's sort of a microcosm for this fake sense of honor that they all feel. Donate money into this lockbox right next to the leader's tent. That'll make you a slightly better person according to these rules. It's crap. It's not true. It's just an excuse so that they can feel like they're not just criminals. So I actually kind of like that part of the game a bit.
It's like, oh shit, I can make money faster if I rob a train, and then I could continue the story sooner, but then everyone's gonna hate me and I'm gonna be a bad guy. That's an interesting choice. How the game is right now, there's not really any incentive to be bad. It's just, I feel like being a bad guy.
Yeah, I'd kind of agree.
So I'm gonna do it. Couple this with the fact that the mini missions give you way too much money, way too fast, which I get that that's a weird complaint, but seriously, it feels pointless as hell to try and roleplay as a scrappy outlaw on the run when you have $1,000 from doing a couple story missions. In Old West times, that was like $3 billion. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a cowboy named Arthur Morgan. I thought I was the CEO of Apple, aka Bill Gates. Speaking of making getaways, I think we can all agree that the wanted system in the game is pretty hit or miss.
Wait, that was it on the honor system?
Huh?
That was it on the other honor system?
I think he... Actually, I don't know if he has more to say, but I think I think that's the bulk of it. So I don't
Good
know.
man, Arthur.
If you wanted to tell your story with an experience you had with the honor system, that would be a decently appropriate time, I believe.
Well, probably, but I also just wanted to get... Like, does he talk about how the honor system affects the story?
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned... Well, actually, no, I don't think he has. Because he said the game keeps trudging along regardless of how you act, which isn't entirely true. The cutscenes are different depending on whether or not you are a high honor or low honor Arthur. That much is true. And of course, there are 4 different endings to the game that are dependent on your level of honor.
Oh. Well, we have discussed the same game before, Blibo, you and and I was about to say, one of my other hot takes of this game, now granted I only played this game once. Well, no, I played it once and a half. I tried playing it a second time, and then I just kind of tuned out after a while. But one of my hotter takes is that I was wondering if the karma system was actually well utilized when it comes to the story. Because to me, it sounded like the honor system... I remember having a conversation where we discussed that the honor system was kind of worthless when it came to the story itself. But you said the cutscenes are different, right?
They are, yeah.
Yeah.
The dialogue's different. It is different.
Well, do actual events change though, or
in terms
like,
of the main story, the plot doesn't really change until the end, based on what your honor level is.
Yep. Because that was one of my issues with Red Dead 2, is that I did not like how the honor system was mixed in with the actual story, because there are some cases where the story makes me do things I do not want to do. And then later down the story, he suffers consequences for stuff he did that I did not want to do.
Yeah, well, it's important to note that this game is not an RPG. It has RPG elements, but Arthur is a fully fledged character with his own set of morals in the beginning of the story, his backstory, his characteristics, that none of which are decided by you. You can make decisions during the game, but your choices are limited to decisions that he would reasonably make. So if there were times where, if you were given choices, but neither of which were ones that you liked, or even in cases where you weren't really given choices, it is something that Arthur would do. But yeah, that's all I would say to that.
Well, didn't you once say that there was this one mission where, well, shoot, I'm trying to figure out how to talk about this without spoilers, because I know we were trying not to do this for spoilers for
Oh no,
Myra's
you
sake.
can. I mean, you can do. Myra, are you gonna play this game ever? Myra?
I think I am going to, but you could still stay spoilers because I probably won't for a while, as I am playing Minecraft.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
there you go.
Well, it's going to be mild anyway. So, Blibo, I hope you'll figure out what I'm talking about. This one guy, Arthur, let's say he screws over, and then there is this his wife and kid, who Arthur eventually finds out they're working in shittier parts of the city now because of what Arthur did to that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, didn't you say the mission where he helps them out happens no matter what? Like, it's technically a side mission, but it still happens the way it does no matter what honor system?
The initial mission that is the catalyst is inevitable.
That one. Well, I
Well,
mean, he's
yeah, I know
asking
that.
if the side quest portion, going back to
Oh.
see this family again, is optional. But the option is always there, regardless of your morality level.
Well, I know that. I was just wondering, though, because you told me that if he does it when you're at low honor, he just basically tells him, "Yeah, I'm just doing this so you could get out of my face," or something weird like that.
Oh no, I was referring to the Strauss side quests. You unlock more Strauss missions to collect money from people indebted to the gang, and depending on your honor level, this sort of bleeds into a larger point about the game, which is that the actual story that this game has to tell is only really told if you're playing the high honor Arthur. Now, whether or not that's
Well,
a
yeah.
problem, it's certainly worth a discussion. My perspective is that, the game has no incentive to play as low honor Arthur. Really, the only purpose of the honor system is to assign a bit more meaning to the things that you do in the game, because it isn't just locked in as an inevitable thing that would happen. It's more so you are given choices, even if those choices are obvious. But with the Strauss
Okay.
missions, at the end of it, if you're playing as high honor Arthur, you don't end up collecting the debts from any of the people, and you basically tell Strauss off about how we have just ruined these lives of these people who are much better than us, and all for nothing, for just money. Yeah.
Yep.
And it feels like a little mini conclusion to a core part of Arthur's story. If you're playing as low honor Arthur, he kicks him out of camp just saying like, "God, you're a time waster, wasting my time with this nonsense." And it doesn't feel like this is
yeah.
actually a part of the larger story that the game's trying to tell. I mean, the game is literally about redemption. It's called Red Dead
Okay.
Redemption. And if you're playing as low honor Arthur,
Yeah.
there's no redemption side to the story.
Yeah, that's what I was ultimately getting at. It does. That's why I don't like the honor system of this game. It does feel a little bit forced in. Now, whether it was actually forced in or always planned, I wouldn't know, because I don't know the development of this plan. But
I don't think
If
it was
that's what-
forced in. I think what happened was that in order to fully tell the story that Rockstar wanted to tell, what Rockstar wanted to tell was a story about a bad person, an outlaw, a killer, a thief, who is dying, and in his last moments decides he's not going to waste his life continuing doing what's literally killing him. He's going to try to help people. He's going to try to find some kind of redemption in whatever form that takes, whatever the cost. That's what they wanted to tell. And instead of just having that be the story, they basically wanted to give players the choice to engage with that story or to not, or to turn their backs on it and be, no, I'm just going to be evil. The fact that that choice exists means that the player has more participation with that story that Rockstar wanted to tell than what would happen otherwise. So I don't think it was forced in. I think it was a way of connecting the players to Arthur. That's what I think.
I guess that was my ultimate issue. I just think it was a bit weirdly executed. But that's my stance. I don't know if you guys share that stance or not.
I mean, you have very solid points.
Okay.
So
But anyways,
with having
yes, my
some very-
story. Or should we... Okay.
No, please, go ahead.
I want to hear your story.
Okay, and don't worry, it's not going to be long. It's only going to be like about a minute. So, this does involve honor because I was riding as Arthur, and at some point, I get onto this little island that's in a river. That's right, smack dab between... Like, it's a little island beside a bridge that's on a river. So I just happened to get on there, and I noticed these bandits were about to execute this poor dude. And unfortunately, my reflexes weren't fast enough. And they executed this poor dude. And that took away from my honor system. Which I found a bit strange. So then I decided to try to talk to the bandits and tell them what they did is wrong to see if that gets the honor system back. So, I hold the buttons to talk to the bandits, and then Arthur says, "That's it? That's what you do with your lives? You're just going to execute it?" And then I get mauled to death by a crocodile.
That is
It
wow, that's
came
life.
out of fucking nowhere.
That's just poetic, man.
That is actually a part I love about Rockstar games. I mean, hell, there was a time I was playing GTA 5, and there was not a cutscene, but Michael was on the phone talking with somebody, delivering the story to the player, and I just got killed by a mountain lion. It's great.
In the cutscene?
No, like during
yeah.
the phone call. You just think you're watching a story, and then something random kills you. It's good. It's 10 out of 10.
Well,
game
it
design.
reminds me of this cutscene that I saw on YouTube. I'm sure some of you may have already seen it. Trevor is talking to Franklin about what's happened to Michael, and this entire time, some dude keeps punching Trevor in the face.
Yeah.
You guys seen that?
Real-time cutscenes, yeah. I've seen a lot of stuff about that. They're great, and they're great for that reason.
I love being able to exploit it.
Yeah. Anyways, let's carry on.
Very trigger-happy cops that like to come after you for the smallest offense or for defending yourself against the dark arts of the O'Driscoll gang. The game has a witness system, which is actually pretty cool. In theory. Basically, if someone witnesses you committing a crime, they're gonna try and run and tell a lawman about it. And you have the option to try and stop them before they do that, which is super cool. You can kill them, you can tie them up, you can threaten them, you can shoot your gun in the air to try and scare them and accidentally shoot a bird out of the sky in the process. And that's all cool as shit because the game is giving you some dynamic choices. And what's also cool is that the game has a whole mask in disguise system that it barely explains at all. But lucky for you, I have wasted hours of my life trying to get to the bottom of how this shit works, and I can finally put an end to all the red.
That does seem fun so far. Just trying to find an excuse to pause it so we can react harder.
Yeah. React harder.
Threads and YouTube videos that keep making shit up.
Masky, witness, and bounties. Oh, that just says mask.
You don't.
I thought it said masky.
Nope, it's
NPCs
masking
won't
from here on
recognize
out.
you if you have a mask on. You don't need a new outfit from what you've already been wearing. You don't need a new fucking horse or new guns. You just need a mask. But even with a mask on, cops will always immediately recognize you as Arthur Morgan if they see you committing a crime. Which this isn't super realistic, but I actually don't have that much beef with this rule. So if you're wearing a mask and you shoot a man in the middle of Valentine in front of several witnesses and you bail the area before any cops come, you won't get a bounty. And after your wanted level goes away, you can go back to the same town wearing the same outfit and the same mask and do the same shit again, and you still won't get a bounty because at this point, NPCs have what I refer to as dumb brain. But if you did get caught the first time and you do have a bounty now, the bounty is what starts changing things. So now, if you go back and you do the same shit with the same outfit and the same mask and you have a bounty this time, not only will cops arrest you on sight, but NPCs are now baby geniuses and will immediately recognize you and you'll get a higher bounty even if you bail the area before the cops come. But if
This is all genuinely new information to me. The amount of time I played this game, and I really was not engaging with the mask system. But at the same time, I wasn't really like killing people in towns,
Well, yeah.
So this is interesting.
If you had changed your outfit before going back into the town where you have a bounty, NPCs won't immediately recognize you and patrolling cops won't try to arrest you on sight unless you hang around them for too long. Okay, did you get all that? Jesus Christ, I need to take up knitting or something instead of this shit. It's not a perfect system, but I'm the type of person where if I know the rules and the rules are consistent, then I'm a happy boy. But the...
Uh-oh.
Would that... I mean... Would you guys say the rules in Red Dead have been consistent?
Yeah. Well, he's about to explain why they aren't, apparently.
Okay.
So, I'm curious as to...
The rules aren't fucking consistent. Exhibit A...
Oh, no.
Robbing a train. You can strategically choose to rob a train when it's out in the middle of dick shit nowhere with an outfit and a mask that no one has ever seen. And somehow a cop 3 miles away will not only know that a train is being robbed, but that it's specifically Arthur Morgan that's doing it. Somebody better give that cop a raise because he is a goddamn expert. And this is the same type of bullshit that's been an issue with cops in the GTA games since forever, where you'll kill a man out in the middle of nowhere and somehow every cop in the tri-state area just had a That's So Raven type vision and somehow knows about it. Red Dead...
Wait. I will say it sounds like he might have a point on Red Dead 2, but not with GTA 5. Because in GTA 5 is not actually that realistic of a game. I don't know about the other GTA games, but GTA 5 is not realistic, and thank goodness it's not. Because I say on the scale of realism and absolute Looney Tune cartooniness, I'd say GTA 5 is only like a 6 to realism, or maybe not even that. And it's a good thing it's not even like... Actually, no, I would actually get it to lower. I would say it's smack dab in between. Because many of the stuff that happens within the GTA plot, like the plot works well with its own form of logic on how the law and how to rob stuff works, but if we tried to judge it based on real life, it would not work at all.
No.
Like
it's like a ridiculous... It's kind of like a parody of heist stories in a sense.
It is, yes, and that's why I'm not bothered by the cops thing, because, yeah, so I don't agree with them of this being a problem in GTA 5, unless he's not saying it's actually a problem in GTA 5, but he's saying it's a problem in Red Dead 2, and if that's what he's saying, then sure, I could see a little bit more leeway to that argument.
I do think he was implying that it was also a problem in their other games. So, but yet I would also disagree with this point.
Dead 2 could have done something new and actually had like dedicated and scheduled routes that the police would follow that you could study and like plan your robberies around. Instead of just doing the same bullshit of just spawning cops in front of you whenever the game wants. The game already has these super detailed schedules for NPCs where they'll get up and go to work and eat lunch and then go to the bar and then turn in for the night. So why the
I love
Damn.
It is pretty cool. I do love that it's just like a more advanced, actually successful version of what they tried to do with Oblivion NPCs. I never thought about it like that before. It's quite funny.
I will say, if that's the case with the NPCs in Red Dead, then yeah, I actually so far agree with his criticism of the cops thing not being scheduled. But I mean, we'll see where he goes.
So this is like the cop system is basically like when you're existing as a black person in South Central LA,
Yeah. You know,
where you do anything and then they just spawn. They're like, what are you doing?
what's going on here? Yeah, there was, I think I heard there were like theories that if you were playing GTA 5, the police would be more alerted to your activities and more brutal in your pursuit if you were playing as Franklin compared to Michael or Trevor. I haven't played the game enough to know if that's true, but that is really funny if that is true.
Well, it's dark humor, yeah, but I don't think that's true. I played
No?
GTA 5 about a few months ago, and I never got that vibe.
But it's cool that the game, it kind of lets you choose if you want to engage with its thematic core.
Yeah. I agree. It
Everyone's
is kinda
happy in a
cool.
way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how some people are, because some people, the people who choose to play as Low Honor Arthur, I personally don't understand how you can enjoy the story if you're not actually getting the story that Rockstar intended for you to participate in. But that doesn't mean I wish the option wasn't there. I do think the option being there gives it puts some more meat on the bones of the story.
Well, I will say it probably does bring into discussion of how, depending on how you play the honor system, maybe how people see the actual quality of the story. Because you all heard of video game Donkey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I
Well, his initial review of Red Dead Redemption 2, basically it was this, yeah, the gameplay and the open world was a lot of fun. Now let's get to the story. The story kind of sucks dick. But Donkey, I could tell just by his gameplay that Donkey didn't really choose the honor system that that fits better with the story, because he would do crazy shit like shoot a guy after losing poker and then keep killing a bunch of cops that kept running into the saloon where this happened, to the point where the saloon gets filled with cops' bodies. And I mean filled, absolutely filled. The entire floor is covered in dead policemen. Is that to the point where the frame rate is lower?
Oh, he
his end?
absolutely did not get the actual ending of the story then. But you know,
Yeah.
Donkey is Donkey. He's funny, but he's got some very strange opinions. I
Well,
hate
yeah, but
I hate to say this because I hate when people say this, but it was a skill issue.
well, I wouldn't. I mean, well, that is, I guess, that is kind of the thing, though. The honor system sort of gives people the choice to play like video game Donkey would, but then the story makes a little less sense if you do it that way.
You can still you can let loose and just go crazy in the game, because I understand people at times want to play Red Dead like how you play a GTA game. In GTA, there's no honor system. You don't have to worry about anything you're doing. It's
Oh
the
no, I
open
accidentally ran
world.
over this dog. Now I'm the most evil person ever.
Yeah, you can run over like a million people and just go to your house and go to sleep at the end of the day, and you'll be fine. It's a mostly
You can run over improper grammar usage in the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
You should die.
Wait, how did I say it
I'm
wrong?
not an intelligent man.
You ran. Oh, you can ran over. That's
I-
what you said.
I said that? I don't know that I said that. I actually think I
Well,
said
that's the thing.
run
I
over.
wasn't sure either. But to be frank, it did kind of sound like that.
Whatever.
I'm not a
Regardless,
grammar Nazi. I'm a grammar syndicalist.
That's fair enough. Well, anyways, yeah, you can run over a million people and be fine. It's a mostly consequenceless free game. Red Dead is not the same as that, but if you do want to kill an entire town's worth of people once or twice in the game, it is still possible to make enough good decisions outside of those instances to still get the good ending. Now, you can call it ludonarrative dissonance. It probably is. But that's just to say, if you want to let loose and play it like a Rockstar game for a little bit, but still get the good ending to the story, it's still possible. It's difficult, but it's possible.
Possible, but not probable.
No.
Is it the same shitty system when it comes to the lawmen, who are arguably one of the most important features in a game about being a fucking outlaw? The funny thing is,
What game is that again?
Can we see that? Can we see that part again, please?
Yeah.
Please,
Club
please.
Penguin.
Club Penguin.
Club
Club
Penguin.
Penguin.
turn in for the night. So why the fuck is it the same shitty system when it comes to the lawmen, who are arguably one of the most
Look at the little
important
guy.
features in a game about being a fucking outlaw? The funny thing is,
Hey, Myra, have you ever heard of cow belly?
I just like the penguin a lot. No, I have not.
Wish I played that
Oh,
game.
yeah, I'm not sure if that's for your sake. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that's how
Why?
I know about cow belly. Is just a player that plays Club Penguin and says the most absurd shit in it.
I could say out of pocket things.
On
Well,
Club
he-
Penguin.
I'm edgy and controversial.
That's
Chat,
true.
Am I edgy and controversial?
You did say Lego Friends is a better brand than Lego Star Wars, so that
Exactly.
that's almost Spizard. We might have to take
Spicy.
those parts out of the video. I think that's a bit much.
No, this is censorship. We're censoring a black woman.
Absolutely.
This is literally 1984.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
while I was
Repeated.
researching this shit, I came across this YouTube video where this guy used this clickbaity ass title that was like, "How to rob a train, no wanted level." And within like the first 30 seconds, he gets a wanted level. But he also put it best himself when he said,
They have identified me. That's an issue.
Exhibit B, robbing stores. The open world of Red
That's
Dead
pretty
2
funny.
is at its worst when your older brother Rockstar still keeps barging into the room to control everything. What I mean by this is that
Was that
it is
Headstrong?
It was.
It was?
Dang,
Yes, it was.
Okay.
that's
Impossible
I
to
like that song.
commit
Though I think
the perfect
Still Frame is the best.
robbery. You could plan your escape route and go in the back door without anyone seeing you and rob the store without firing a single bullet or making any noise, and yet somehow every single time there's a witness. Whether they walk in right on cue like it's a fucking sitcom or somehow spot you from the outside, even in a shop with no windows, I've never seen it not happen. Also, because the game doesn't even let you
Well, I mean, to
access
be
your
frank,
weapon
with them
wheel.
walking into the store, that would make sense.
Yeah, but I think he's saying there are times where, like, the game will either have someone spot you from a window or have someone walk in, and he's saying there are times where you go into a shop with no windows, and the game triggers the someone's watching from outside scenario.
Well, yeah, I know he was complaining about that. I just wasn't sure if he was actually complaining about the walk-in shop part, or it's hard to tell sometimes.
Oh, yeah, outside of the scenarios where it literally doesn't make sense, where a witness could see you, which feels more like a minor bug in the game to me than anything, I don't have any problem with the fact that, like, someone always conveniently walks into this open store in the middle of the day to catch you robbing someone. It's like, yeah, it's an open store in the middle of the day. Somebody's gonna walk in. I mean,
Very considerate of them.
That's why you go in at night.
You shouldn't do that.
Break in at night, everybody's
And
sleeping,
polite.
less chance to be caught.
Very wise.
Or maybe they just shouldn't be there.
Well, I mean, also
The owner or the robber?
maybe you just shouldn't rob places. You know, hot take. I know we're all giving out spicy hot takes, so that's mine.
But I like robbing places.
I
It's
don't
one of
know.
my
It's
favorite
like,
things
why don't
to
they
do.
they should like social distance or something because they all have like tuberculosis.
Store, you can't even
Going to
like attempt a
stores?
Too soon.
Yeah. Too soon.
He died of the consumption.
before trying to rob the register.
He
or
died of
even
tuberculosis.
What?
He died of consumption.
Who said that?
What?
Oh no. Oh, I didn't even know that he died in the game.
Who said he died?
Well, he dies when we fail playing the game properly.
Oh.
Game over.
Oh, yes, of
use
course.
your preferred weapon to rob the store, because that makes total sense and definitely doesn't make me want to spit on the floor. The best example of this lack of consistency and or freedom is found while robbing the gunsmith in Saint Denis. If you rob the gunsmith in the typical only way that the game lets you, he pulls out a gun and tries to kill you. Now remember this because it's going to be really important in a second. But one time while roaming the streets of Saint Denis, I encountered a homeless man. So I hopped off my horse and I decided to give him some money. And then he surprised me by giving me this tip-off about robbing a poker game that's held above the gunsmith. And that stuff is super fucking cool because it feels natural and dynamic, and no one told me to give the homeless man some money. I chose to give him some money. Lord knows I have some fucking money to spare. So I went back to the gunsmith and I tried to rob him again, because usually when there's a secret business within a business, the game gives you a different prompt to rob that second business. But this time it didn't have one, and that actually started getting me really excited because I was like, oh shit, maybe I actually just have to find my own way to get up to the poker game, because I could hear music coming from the rooms above the gunsmith. So after running around the block for a while, I eventually found an alleyway that had a ladder in it. So I climbed up the ladder and I got up on the roofs and I parkoured my way over on top of the gunsmith building. And at this point I was getting really excited because I felt like I had just done something really cool and I figured it out all by myself. I thought my fucking older brother
I have to head out for the night, I fear.
Oh, you do?
Or maybe just for I'll see if you guys are still on when I come back. Also, edit this part out.
Well,
Because I have
Meowrah
to take care of the kitty cat.
Okay.
Take care of the
Alright.
kitty.
You make sure
do you
she's
want us
okay.
to
He has a ringworm. He's just like
Oh.
he's just like the Red Dead Redemption character in that he's diseased as ringworm.
Yeah, that's Arthur Morgan killed by ringworm.
So I have to bleach everything in my room.
Okay.
Yippee.
I'm
Well-
sorry to hear
well,
your
Meowrah,
cat's
do you-
sick. Hope he gets better.
But
Yeah.
if you guys are still on when I get back, I will hop on. But if not, have
So
fun
you want
talking
us-
about the game.
Thank you.
So you want
You
us
guys
to
can keep
carry
going.
on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carry on. I have very little to contribute anyway.
Ah, that's alright.
Okay. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get back on soon.
Real
if
quick,
we're still
though-
going.
Yeah, but real quick, before you go, I just want it to be known, a ringworm is not actually a worm, just in case.
It is not a worm.
It is not a worm.
It's a fungus.
It's even worse. It's a fungus that spreads spores everywhere and can lay dormant for like a year.
Yeah.
My little kitty cat probably got it from like being around too many other cats or the conditions he was found in or something. So
Also, Meowrah.
yeah,
I will say
but
this.
still, adopt, don't shop. Remember, chat. Adopt, don't shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do appreciate your input because you are an outsider looking in,
Out of my way, outside.
Yep.
whereas all the rest of us have had experience with games. So it's like a newcomer's perspective.
I think the game needs more horses, like 50% more horses. That is
there's a
all the
lot of horses in
commentary
the
I
game.
have left. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What are we, the Mongol Empire?
All right. I guess we could
I mean,
continue on.
ultimately, this is, unfortunately, guys, we won't be able to finish the video today, and it is going to have to be shorter than last time, because, like, I hate to be a broken record, but
Well, we're already at the 2-hour mark.
I am really busy today. Like, I got stuff to do, so I can probably, at most, go until 10:30. But, yeah. Okay, let me make sure I'm still recording. I'm still recording, so we're just going to, like, pick up from here. Edit all that part out, Spiz. Thank you.
Okay.
Telling me shit. But when I got to the room above the gunsmith, I couldn't do anything with it. It wouldn't open or give me a prompt to knock or anything. So then I went to the bottom of the stairwell and there was this security guard dude standing there. And usually with every NPC in the game, you at least have a greet or antagonize option. But with this guy, there wasn't anything. And I slowly felt this familiar, disappointing feeling creep over me that the game wasn't ready for me to be here yet, and I wasn't supposed to be here yet, and that I wasn't doing it according to Rockstar's plan.
I actually completely agree with this point, though I don't think it's very... I think it's strange to devote so much time to this part as if it's a microcosm to the game overall, which I don't think is accurate. But as far as this individual scenario goes, I do agree. I've never gotten this scenario in any of the times that I've played the game, but I agree.
Wait, so is he getting at that this is actually a reference to a story mission that he wasn't supposed to be there yet?
No, this is sort of a random event. This isn't a side quest or anything. It's a random encounter that you can get in the game. And when it comes to random encounters, there really is no excuse for it to be as railroaded as like a story mission or even a side mission, because this is just essentially a thing that's happening in the game and you're informed about it. And regardless of what you do, the main quests and the side quests aren't going to be affected by this. There's no excuse why you shouldn't allow the player to go about this the way they want to. Their choices are not going to hinder your storytelling. Why make it to where, like he's saying right now, oh, you're here at the wrong time, so we're just not going to give you any options. I don't really think that's excusable. Mind you, this is one random encounter that I don't think even any of us and a lot of people who may be listening to this have even come across. I don't think it's very detrimental to the game's overall quality, and I don't think this is reflective to how the stories and side quests and encounters are structured overall. This is just a very minor misstep that Rockstar made.
Yeah.
So then I went back into the gunsmith and looked around some more, and it turned out that Arthur just had to officially inspect the back door in order to unlock the feature of being able to rob the poker game. And then sure enough, when I robbed the gunsmith again, this time it gave me a prompt for the poker room. But the icing on the cake is that when you choose to do the poker room robbery, now the gunsmith doesn't go for his gun at all. Like, what the fuck? Did Arthur suddenly get way scarier in the past 5 minutes? The game immediately then switched.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which is
that's
bad.
Not
that is
good.
dumb.
Not very good.
Into scripted ass fucking Lego set mode.
All right,
where
yeah. See,
now
we're being good faith with Nakey Jakey.
Yeah, he does. He makes some good points.
He does actually make some good points.
Some.
can interact with the security guard. And now I can rob the poker game. And now I can pee all over my sweatpants. And while it was still cool that I could use the parkour route I discovered earlier to escape once the cops showed up, this was the exact moment that I realized Rockstar is still so unwilling to budge on you doing anything in any way other than the exact way that they want you to do it. And it really bummed me the fuck out.
But that's, see, this is what I mean, where this argument makes sense if we're just talking about this encounter. It doesn't make sense as, like, he's not just trying to explain why this is reflective of the game overall. He's talking about, like, just Rockstar game design overall. Which is, like, so not, like, there's no point to be made here. There is absolutely nothing inherently wrong with a game studio being like, here, you're playing a linear cinematic game. There's still gameplay. There are still, like, there's a skill aspect. You can fail. There are fail states, you know, all this stuff. Like, that's that's fine. This is not a standard that he holds towards other games. I guarantee he doesn't hold this towards other games. So, hard disagree there. But it is stupid, that little robbery.
Well, would you argue that that he's arguing that Rockstar's game design is dated, right?
Yeah, that's the overall point, yeah.
Well, would you argue that if there was a game that did eventually completely give him what he wanted, like be able to complete any mission in any different possible way, or that's a point to where you could even like affect the story if you happen to go to the specific story building early or something like that, if there's a game that does eventually do that, then would his thesis be more applicable?
No, because that's not what outdated means. When people say something is outdated, they mean that it's sort of like how I interpret it is it's a limbo between good and bad. Because you can't just say, oh, this thing is bad or this thing is good, because at the time it might have been great. Think like
revolutionary.
Like a typewriter. Is a typewriter a good or bad tool for writing documents? One could say that, yes, it's a very good tool for writing documents. I mean, if it weren't for the printing press, we would have never entered the information age. However, someone could also argue, no, it's not good for creating documents because it takes so much longer than, literally, I can just go on Microsoft Word or Google Docs, type out this massive document in just a few minutes, and then print it out, and boom, there you go. There are way more effective tools for doing so. Both of these statements are true and untrue. The typewriter was a fantastic tool at the time that it was created. By today's standards, you should not be writing with a typewriter. And as far as this comes like with video games, that's why there are so many better examples to use when talking about dated game design than Red Dead Redemption 2. Look towards the original Half-Life. Look towards the original GTA games or the original Resident Evil games. These games were absolutely revolutionary when they came out. They were some of the best things that you could buy for whatever system you were getting them for. If games were made today, like how they were, like if games today shared that same design, it would not be accepted. People would not prefer to play it, if you know what I mean. If Half-Life 3 came out and had the same amount of like bullet spongy-ish enemies and the slipping and sliding movement mechanics and the bad platforming and all that stuff, people would not like it. That doesn't mean that Half-Life's bad necessarily. It just means it's dated.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't think this describes Rockstar. And even in the scenario you're talking about, it still wouldn't be dated because games are still made like this and games are still accepted like this. Rightfully so, in my opinion.
One of the biggest hype words surrounding Red Dead 2 is realism, with you having to feed Arthur and bathe Arthur and manually loot every single individual item and wear the right clothes in the right weather and feed your horse a steady diet of oatcakes. And all of that stuff is in the game, which is great, but a lot of it is also extremely shallow. You don't actually have to eat or sleep on a regular, realistic basis. They're both just different video gamey ways to refill your cores. Yes, you can make a campfire to
Well, that's not entirely true. Eating is different from sleeping, because if you just use sleep to refill your cores, then your Arthur is going to be severely underweight and your stats are going to be terrible. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure you can starve to death in the game. I'll have to look this up to make sure, because I've never gotten to that state. But eating food isn't strictly just to refill your cores. It also improves, like, your Arthur's abilities. Well, it can also be used...
You cannot starve to death.
You can't starve to death? Okay. Well, still, you can get so anorexic that
Everything can be
you're...
drained, but you won't
yeah.
starve to death.
Yeah.
You can get so skinny that you have no stamina and no fighting abilities as Arthur. So they're different things, Nakey Jakey, and they serve different purposes.
Rest in the wilderness, but the game does it all for you. It's not something interesting like in Breath of the Wild.
Oh, not to mention,
Ooh.
as far as resting... Oh, yeah, Breath of the Wild. Ooh. I still gotta play that.
Yeah.
Resting is also a tool not just for refilling your cores, but also, obviously, passing time.
Where you actually get to interact with different aspects of the open world. Like, okay, I chopped down a tree and I got some wood, but shit, it's raining, so I have to find a place protected.
I don't agree at this point.
Well, I don't even remember this point, but I knew he was... I had a feeling that he was into Breath of the Wild by the type of arguments he was saying with Red Dead. Because, yeah, Breath of the Wild is basically what he... Well, I say mostly. It's mostly what he wants Red Dead Redemption to be. Because there's no karma system in Breath of the Wild. But otherwise, you can do whatever... Well, I mean, obviously there are limitations to Breath of the Wild, but you can... Like, you don't even need to be a part of the actual story, because the story is just the king telling you need to go to these 4 kingdoms to save some allies that'll help you weaken Ganon. But apparently you don't even need to do that. You could just head straight to Ganon's castle and try to defeat him.
That's what I've heard, and that's why this comparison makes absolutely no sense. Because Breath of the Wild and Red Dead Redemption 2 are different games. They are trying to achieve different things, and they have different qualities. Red Dead is a story-first game. Nothing wrong with that. There are lots of great story-first games. Uncharted, The Last of Us, Red Dead Redemption, GTA. That's absolutely fine. Breath of the Wild, and I would assume Legend of Zelda games in general, are gameplay first. Where you wouldn't buy these games specifically to get a great cinematic story. You would buy them because they have great gameplay and a great open world, right?
Well, I wouldn't say all Zelda games are like story for are like gameplay first. Now, granted, I only played Breath of the Wild, but Breath of the Wild is actually quite different from other Zelda games. It's like even for a Zelda game, it is something mostly new. I heard most Zelda games are actually story first.
Well, in this case, I guess I would just say Breath of the Wild then, since that's the comparison that he's making. But even still, someone could make this exact same video on Breath of the Wild and criticize it for not having as many choices when it comes to what you can do as, like, say, Terraria or Minecraft. Oh, you can't build literally anything you want in Breath of the Wild like you can in Terraria and Minecraft, so therefore it is shallow. Yeah. It's like this is an arbitrary line that he's drawing, and he's saying all games that fall above this line are good and all that fall below it are bad. Whereas in reality, it's just a spectrum, and games fall at different points in the spectrum based on what their goals are and what they're trying to achieve. Red Dead Redemption is not a game where you just have this big empty environment, which, by the way, a large part of why Breath of the Wild and other fantasy games of that type are like this, where there's a big focus on building and using the elements and all that, is because they're fantasy games. They exist in the wilderness. You know, there's not big bustling cities. It's not supposed to be a specific time period in American history. Arthur is not, building his own little kingdoms and stuff like you can do in Minecraft. He exists in a world that already has its foundations, a world that already has its own buildings and structures and stuff. And the wilderness is the wilderness, and that's not going to change. And the cities are the cities. That's not going to change. You can make camps, but that's not really building. You're setting up a camp, and then you take it down. And then you set it up somewhere else for a bit, and then you take it down. It's a different thing. So, hard disagree here.
protected by rain, and then I put my wood down, but oh shit, how am I gonna start a fire? Well, I mined these rocks earlier and they gave me some flint, so I'm gonna put it next to the fire and hit it with a metal blade, and oh shit, now I have this cozy little fire.
Yep.
Not only does Red Dead do all of this automatically, which is super realistic, but it also fucking teleports you to the nearest clearing and automatically gives you a fire and a fucking tent, and the
Yeah, that's fine. Like, I'm sorry that you wanted to build the tent, like, bit by bit and collect coal to light fires and all that. Like, okay, that's awesome, dude, but not everyone wants to do that, and the game doesn't have to let you do that. You have camp gear, and you set up camp so that you can... Like, setting up the camp isn't about building the camp. It's so that you can craft items, cook food, and sleep when you're out in the middle of nowhere, or to pass time. That's what its purpose is.
I'm sure that somebody can correct me on this in the future, but I'm fairly certain there are realism mods that do exist to cater to what Nakey Jakey is wanting, where, it'll expand out the camping system, where it'll allow you to have more time to set up the tent and campfire.
Yeah, but mods aren't... If this was a problem, then mods aren't a valid excuse for, like, game design problems.
No, I absolutely agree.
Yeah, but you know, luckily this isn't even a problem, so...
Exactly.
I also know that, obviously Red Dead 2 ain't trying to be 100% realistic.
Nope.
No.
It's a Rockstar game. You take their realism with, I'm not going to call it like a pinch or a grain of salt, but with just some salt.
Depends on which game, yeah, but in this case, Red Dead 1 and 2 are... they're supposed to be the most, when compared to Rockstar's other titles, the most realistic games out of their rosters, but that doesn't mean it makes you do
Manhunter.
Literally everything. In cases where it's able to skip time, it will. There's no immersion breaking and kind of having the camera fade to black for a bit as you start to set up your camp and then fade back in as you do. If you're in the middle of a story mission, and I only bring up this example because, you know, someone might say like, oh, well, if it can just have you do all this in a time skip, why do you have to open every drawer individually? Because when you're opening drawers and looting houses, it's usually in the middle of like a story mission or in the middle of the open world where other things are or can be happening. So fading out and then fading back in just so that you don't have to go through the action of opening a few drawers is ridiculous, and it's immersion breaking, and it wouldn't allow the game to... It basically wouldn't allow the gameplay to work right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this is absolutely fine. As I said before, camping already has its purposes that it serves, and it doesn't need to go above that.
rain doesn't make any difference. You can have a fire in the rain.
Ooh, I just had a thought. This part doesn't make as much sense, like having a fire in the rain. I do wish there was something to account for that. But one thing I'm reminded of is a conversation I had like a long time ago about the difference between gameplay complexity and game quality. A lot of people just assume that the complexity of a game's mechanics therefore equals a good video game, when that's not really true. Though I understand why people do think this, because generally, the more complex your game is, the more your players have to think. And like, I personally...
System Shock is super complex. Does that make it a good game?
I have no idea. I haven't played it.
What's super complex?
Super Shock?
System Shock.
Or System Shock.
Oh,
Okay,
System Shock.
It does have a really good story, but I feel like its complexities outweigh gameplay. But that's just a tangent.
Well, generally speaking, players like to have choices and like to make decisions, even on a micro sense, with when they play games. Like, the reason why you'd play an FPS, usually, depending on the title, is like, I want to be able to choose how I enter these areas and take down my enemies? Which ones do I kill first? Which weapons do I use? Do I rush up to them and try to be super aggressive, or do I try to, go for cover and play defensively? You look at survival horror games. A lot of them are about, how do I take down these enemies? Which ammunition types do I use based on how much I have? How do I manage these resources? When do I use a healing item? People like having these kind of choices, and personally, I prefer games that do give you enough choices to keep you engaged. I don't like... Okay, this is going to ruffle a few feathers, but some Mario games I don't like because I feel like there are no choices in how you complete levels, where how you take down the enemy types and how you get across certain jumps and all that requires such pinpoint specific accuracy with everything that with each track, for at least large swaths of it, there is one particular way to get past the obstacle that requires no thought or choice from the player. It's just about whether you can do it. And if you're having a hard time with it, instead of going like, oh, well, let me try a different strategy, let me try going about this challenge in a different way, you instead just have to slam your head against a brick wall until eventually it will break. Which is not a feeling I like in video games, and is something that, like, some 3D platformers can kind of fall under, but that is partially my preference. Well, like some of the Mario games and...
Which ones?
The new Super Mario Bros. For the Wii, Nintendo DS. Super Mario 64, unfortunately.
Oh, well, to be... Super Mario 60... Actually, the Wii games, I heard a lot of people don't actually like that much because they're apparently too easy and too simple and such. But Super Mario 64, I heard people can actually go quite crazy with that game and go out of bounds for it without actually breaking the game.
Huh.
Yeah,
I don't know how to go out of bounds, and I will say Super Mario 64 is, oddly enough, better with giving players a bit more freedom of choice than, like, the new Super Mario Bros. Partially because it's a 3D game, so naturally you're giving the player more freedom of movement, so it's just going to kind of be natural that they have a bit more ability to choose how they engage with encounters. Though it's mostly just, like, take Super Mario Galaxy 2. Compared to the first game, I think there are a lot less choices as to how you can, engage encounters in that game compared to the first one, where it is a bit more reliant on that pinpoint accuracy with the jumps and all that, and there is one way in order to get past this section. There's no choices about it. It's just you got to keep do it until you get it right. I don't like that kind of game design. I don't think it's bad necessarily. It's just not my cup of tea, because the complexity of a game doesn't inherently equal quality. Though I will say there is something to say about whether or not games should give players some kind of choices in how to engage encounters so that you kind of avoid that slam your head against the wall until you complete the challenge type deal. And we'll definitely get more into that when we start talking about Souls-likes. We're definitely going to get into that, and I can't wait.
Oh, yeah. Well, Blibo, what are your thoughts on game like Doom Eternal, where the game itself has tutorials that gives you recommendations on how you take care of certain enemies, but you can still take care of them in other ways, some better, some worse?
I don't mind that, especially because you can turn the tutorials off. The game shows you, because Doom Eternal was mostly made from the ground up to be, played by people who have already played Doom 2016 and are very familiar with the mechanics. It kind of just rushes you right into it, and the tutorials were sort of an optional way of being like, okay, just in case you don't know how to play Doom, here's how it works and all this stuff. But like you said, you can still choose with like every enemy type what's with every encounter. There are so many micro decisions you can make in Doom Eternal as to how you can take down enemies. So
Well, I will say about the tutorials, I thought the tutorials of Doom Eternal were mostly about new mechanics specifically from Doom Eternal because
oh yeah, that too.
like the taking out weak spots of certain enemies. I think that was
Yeah,
and
that's
sending fires to enemies for armor. I think it was all new Doom Eternal stuff, but I was saying stuff like how the game like let's say the game the shit, what are they called? The big ass skeletons,
the Marauders.
Oh, the
not
Revenants.
Revenants, yes. Can't
The
believe I
Duke
was
Boys.
like the game recommends you to use like the sniper weapon thingy. I don't know what they're
Oh,
called to be honest.
to
To
shoot
take
down
out their
cannons?
shoulder yeah, to take out their shoulder cannons, but eventually I myself realized it's actually much simpler to just shoot them twice with the shotgun.
Yeah, well, the super shotgun does take care of almost anything pretty easily. But there you go.
Yeah, I
I
was
mean,
just
there's choices. You can choose to take them out from a distance, exploit their weak spots, or you can go in with a more powerful weapon and try to take them out that way. But you're not always going to have ammo for the super shotgun. Similar, you might not have enough ammo for your precision weapons. That's why Doom Eternal gives you lots of choices.
all right. Yeah.
But as much as that is nice, generally speaking, again, that does not mean there is a direct correlation between gameplay complexity and gameplay quality. That is just not true. And that's unfortunately the point he's trying to make.
You don't have to look for any shelter or like keep an eye out on the world or anything. It's a joke. For a game that people keep saying is all about immersion and realism that makes you watch every animation of Arthur skinning an animal.
Which is really impressive, I gotta say. And oh, actually, you know what? This is probably good that Myra's not here for this part.
Oh, yeah.
She likes animals.
Oh, see, actually, it does kind of skip ahead a little bit. You notice, like, the screen goes dark so that you're not...
It's still...
It still shows a
Still,
lot.
we should just keep this one between the three of us. Shh.
Yeah. No, definitely. No, Arthur!
Not the deer! Dude, imagine if the deer was still alive when this happens.
I don't want to imagine that.
What have
And
you
every
done
animation-
to me?
Of Arthur looting a corpse and some actual cool stuff like having to pick up an animal and put it on the back of your horse. It's inconsistent as hell that the game also has these frequent moments where it changes its mind and it's like, actually, fuck all that simulation cowboy shit. We're gonna do it our way. Oh, you're gonna
Well, the time it takes to skin an animal or loot a dead body is like literally nothing compared to the time it would take. Imagine if every time you wanted to set up camp, you had to do each individual process of setting up camp in Red Dead 2. You had to, like, you know, set up the tent, the actual tent itself bit by bit, and then the campfire, and get a fire started, and all that. I don't know about you guys, but I had to set up camp quite a bit throughout my game. I mean, it's always useful. It's never not useful. And I don't really see any point in making the process more tedious than it has to be, especially when the point of the camp system, the actual point of it existing, is all centered around what happens when you actually have the camp up. Once it's actually operational, then you can do the things that are the reason for it existing. Now you could also say, like, oh, well then why does the game make you waste time showing you skin the whole animal? When it's like, one, it doesn't show the whole process, it also does time skips, but two, even if you think like, oh, it shows a bit too much, they're flexing their game engine, and it's not really that much of a waste of time. It takes not nearly as long, and you're not going to be skinning animals 24/7 throughout the game. I don't know that anyone really does that, personally.
Yeah. Not to mention there's also the fact that, you know, the game would just show us the process of things that people would actually care about. Now, obviously, that's technically subjective, but I think more people would be a bit interested, or at least wouldn't mind so much of seeing animations of animals being skinned, like especially since that's part of a mechanic of the first game. versus setting up a tent. Now, I did actually get kind of sick of it after a while. That's another reason why Red Dead Redemption 2 as a whole is not my cup of tea, but I want to say, yeah, I don't agree with these arguments because there are just some things that there are basically some features that you should never put in a game that's realistic with real life. If you know what I'm saying.
No, absolutely.
Unless you're South Park. Then you could get away with animations of using the toilet. But, yeah, I don't really agree with his arguments here.
Ride your horse? Hell yeah, brother. We're gonna automatically put Arthur's rifles back on the horse because that's what we think he would do. But don't worry, dude. If you quickly get off your horse after that, we'll just teleport.
Whoa, wait a minute. Could you rewind that?
Sure.
Simulation cowboy shit, we're gonna do it our way. Oh, you're gonna ride your horse?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. We're gonna automatically put Arthur's rifles back on the horse because that's what we think he would do. But don't worry, dude. If you quick...
Don't they always show animations of putting the rifles back on the horse?
They
like
do.
He's
more so saying, like, why is the game deciding that he's going to put his rifle back on his horse instead of you? Because it will automatically do that if you're not using your rifle and you ride for a bit. He'll just put it back on his horse, which is like, I mean, it is the complete opposite of a big deal. When you get off your horse, just take your rifle with you. You know, it's not. I'm struggling to see the problem. If he's really just that annoyed that the game is making this decision for him, okay. All right. It really bothers him.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought he was being disingenuous about the animation for a second. My bad.
No, it's all good.
We'll just teleport your rifles back onto your back because in the Old West they had dark magic. Unless you've been riding
that is a bit of an issue.
The horse for a while and then suddenly hop off to fight some enemies that we just ambushed you with. Yeah.
Does any of this really scream dated to you though? Like, we're talking about little like, oh, your guns teleport back onto you when you get off your horse and all that. It's like, yeah, that is kind of a bit of an oversight from them. But how much does this actually affect the gameplay? And how does this affect the story? And how does this affect the overall just experience of playing this game? Like, I just can't listen to this little tiny nitpickery and hear dated game design when, like, there are so many actually dated games and dated game mechanics out there that would be so much better for this point. Like, you know what this reminds me of? Well, not reminds me, but makes me think of. If you were going to do... go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, especially since the things he's nitpicking actually does benefit the game in the way, because I can imagine people would get extremely annoyed after a while if you kept having to get off your horse, then press a button to grab the rifle from the horse, especially in the middle of a gunfight. Like, sure, it would be less realistic for the gun to teleport with you, but it would also be beneficial for the gameplay.
Well, that's why it would just be better if Arthur just didn't automatically holster his rifle on his horse. That would really fix all of it. If the rifle is slung on your back, then it will just stay slung on your back until you put it away. That would be the way to fix all of this.
Well, maybe. Maybe, but at the same time, you could argue that the reason why the game still it's clear the game still wants the illusion of realism, and the truth is, it would be realistic for a cowboy to want to put the rifle away from his back if he's riding on a horse for a while.
I suppose, but again, it's such a small point. I don't even want to debate about it because it's so meaningless. But what I was saying this makes me think of is, like, imagine you were taking the time to make a video about plot holes in movies and movies where the plot is just completely dysfunctional. You know, this is a real issue, this is a real epidemic. Movies where the scriptwriter just didn't even care. And your example was Jurassic Park. And you focused a lot on things like the T-Rex paddock scene, where the mysterious cliff comes out of nowhere. And you were like, see,
Yeah.
look at this. Movies back in the 90s just did not care. This is completely ridiculous. Plot makes no sense. When it's like, okay, I mean, that's an issue, yeah, but I feel like there's better things we could be talking about that actually explain this point. Because, like, your point is correct, but Jurassic Park doesn't have a dysfunctional plot. And his point about, you know, this weird, goofy, teleporting rifle mechanic in Red Dead is correct. That doesn't mean this is a dated game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I
Then
get what
gonna
you're
have
saying.
Thank you.
to manually re-equip each rifle by cycling through all of the weapons, and oh yeah, we reset what kind of ammo type was loaded into your gun, and oh yeah, we're gonna do this every time. If you're gonna make me commit to doing all this pseudo-simulation cowboy
I don't know, because
I don't remember that happening.
I didn't use other ammo types in the game, I'm gonna be honest. I just used the regular bullets, so I had no idea about that.
Well, if that does happen, I could say where he's coming from with, yeah, that's kind of dumb, but the problem is I don't remember that happening.
You
both times I
probably
played.
didn't use alternate ammo types, did you?
Well,
Yeah,
perhaps
I didn't either.
not.
Most people I know who play the game didn't. Which sort of goes to show it's not really a very detrimental problem with the game, because, I mean, they could have just not even included alternate ammo types, and that wouldn't have really been a problem. I mean, it's not like cowboys back in the day were really cycling for every single one of their guns. Well, I could use regular bullets, I could use armor-piercing bullets, I could use poison bullets, I could use explosive bullets. No, people had the ammunition appropriate for each of their guns. That was really it. So again, not really a very big issue. This is sort of like this could be like a cinema sins for Red Dead Redemption 2 right now.
shit, like cleaning my guns and bathing my horse and crafting a tonic, one tonic at a goddamn time. You can't then randomly strip away control from me. Like not being able to look at your weapon wheel while you're in a camp so you can see what kind of fucking ammo you need to pick up. Because now immersion and realism are the last words that are flying through my gamer brain. The words I'm thinking of are lack of control and or spit. A big feature of the game that I mentioned earlier.
Well, also,
I will say about this segment, his conclusions are different from what I agree with, but some of the stuff he's pointing out right here, yeah, I do honestly seem kind of dumb to me. Not because it's not realistic or whatever, but it's just a weird limitations to have for a video game.
yeah, I think if his
Like-
overall point was that these are annoying things rather than this breaks immersion or is unrealistic, I think if that were his point, then I would more so agree. But yeah, I don't know. It's complicated because at the same time, it's like, oh, well, why is it making me craft tonics one at a time? Well, I think this is sort of just, we can go back to what we said earlier, where it's like, where it's not going to be a big detriment on the player's time, then they're gonna like show you through the process or have you go through the process at, you know, I guess you could say realistic pace. Though even not really, because crafting a tonic would take a lot longer than just holding a pot over a fire for a few seconds. But the reason why you don't, like, you can't pull out your weapons in the camp is because it would present issues of like, why are you brandishing your weapon in the camp? Like, you would be able to point it at other people, and then, you know, what would happen there? Not saying that excuses how it was handled, because it is annoying if you can't look at what ammo types you need in camp when picking up ammo is something you can do in camp. It's just that's why they're doing it. But it is annoying, I do agree.
Is how you can use L2 to lock on to every NPC in the game, with some exceptions, and greet or antagonize them. And while this is a cool addition, it ends up being super contextual most of the time and doesn't lead to a whole lot of interesting choices. Because most of the time it boils down to either...
Whoa, that thing that said a game is a series of interesting choices is not true. That's not true. That's not what a game is.
Yeah, not all games do that.
No.
Yeah.
So again, that shows it a little bit, right? That it's like that's what a game is to him. You know, he wants every game to be like Fallout New Vegas level of choices and immersion, which is like, hey, I don't blame him. That's a fantastic game. Not every game is going to do that, especially since, as I said before, this isn't an RPG. Arthur he is a character set in his ways in a lot of sense, and the story is set in its ways in a lot of sense.
Either saying hi or fight me. And if you strip away the diffuse option after pissing a dude off, it's essentially the same two options that you have in the first game. You could already hit B or circle, depending on your sexual preference, and say hi or antagonize someone by just running into them or punching them. It's not like a new innovative system where you can do cool shit like convince one guy that another guy was talking shit about them, so they start fighting and make a big ruckus so the cops go over there, and then you use that as a distraction to do some cowboy shit. And when it's not just Arthur greeting someone or pissing them off, it's a mystery dialogue option where you don't know exactly what Arthur's gonna say because it almost always just says greet. And there's also never any clear indication of when you can actually...
Yeah, I do think there is a big difference between a game's failing and a game like for me, a problem in a game is when it tries to do something and then fails at it. I know that sounds like, well, but it's important to establish here because everything he's talking about is like, the game should be doing this instead, or wouldn't it be cool if instead of just greet and antagonize, you could like convince NPCs to fight each other? It's like, yeah, that would be cool. They didn't have the development time for that though. You know? This is more so all just him talking about things he wishes were in the game rather than things the game fails at. Like, I'm not really sensing anything where the game is being actively dysfunctional, where something about the open world or gameplay is just not working right. He's just more so a little upset with their creative choices, which is not the same as saying a game is dated. Not always.
Also, pause, because I think he was about to make another argument I disagree with.
Okay.
Actually react to something that's happening in front of you versus hitting the greet option and Arthur saying some shit like, "Mister, you have a kind face. You look familiar. Do I know you from somewhere, boy?" For example, someone back at camp, I think it was Sadie, asked me to...
Wait, could you rewind a bit? I want to hear the full argument again.
Yeah.
Arthur greeting someone or pissing them off. It's a mystery dialogue option where you don't know exactly what Arthur's going to say because it almost always just says greet. And there's also never any clear indication of when you can actually react to something that's happening in front of you versus hitting the greet option and Arthur saying some shit like, "Mister, you have a kind
face. I disagree with that because I think the game does a mostly decent job of letting you know when you could actually react and alter something. Usually with just the camera, because that hanging example was a bad example because whenever someone is about to get hung, the camera pans to it, and whenever the camera does that, it's pretty clear that you can shoot the rope and free the guy.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
I mean, well, actually, I was gonna say I was gonna ask you how are you interpreting the point he's making, because I don't think it's very clear. Partly because he's not giving maybe he'll give a great example of what he's talking about after, but I really don't think he will. Plus, I've seen this video before, so I'm fairly certain he doesn't. But the game...
You watched this video without us?
Oh yeah, I know, right? But
you bastard!
When it comes to using your actions to intervene, the game very obviously tells you can do this. You can, like you said, stop a hanging by shooting the rope or shooting the officer. You can stop someone from being mauled to death by wolves or something by shooting them. The game spells it out in front of you. You can do this. You can free a prisoner when he walks up to you and says, "Hey, can you shoot the chains on my legs?" And then you can shoot the chains. None of this stuff is obscured.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm assuming, out of good faith, that that's not the point he's making. because that would be ridiculous. I'm thinking what he's saying is that there are parts of the story where specifically you can intervene by using the greet button. Like, greeting somebody will stop something from happening. And he's saying, like, well, you can't tell when it's going to be that or when he's just going to say, I'd like the cut of your jib. And it's like, can you give us an example of that? Because honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know of any parts of the story where just going up to someone and hitting greet will actively stop something from happening. So, like, an example, please? Here, let's see if he gives an example.
Do I know you from somewhere, boy? For example, someone
there we
back at
go.
camp, I think it was Sadie, asked me to bring them back a harmonica. And when I was exploring around in Strawberry, I came across a guy sitting on a porch who's playing a harmonica. And with what I thought was my understanding of the game's systems, I tried to greet the guy playing the harmonica, hoping to God that Arthur had the context to ask for it or ask, where'd you get it? And when that didn't work, I tried to rob the guy for it.
Okay, this is not a failure of the game. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought he was gonna say, like, oh, there are some ways in which, like, greeting someone can, you know, cause a story change to happen. But now he's saying that's not the case, that's just what he thought would happen. Which is like, well, that's not an inconsistency, that's just you thought that it could happen this way, and it can't happen this way. In order to get someone a gift, you have to buy it at a shop.
I was gonna say, my first thought is, man, Sadie wants a harmonica. I'll just go to the nearest general store and order one.
Yeah, that's how you get items for people, is you either find it in the open world or you buy it from a store. I don't see why.
To be frank with them, I did struggle with a similar mission like this. Not the Sadie with the harmonica one, but because getting the stuff at the general store, that's news to me. I thought that was only food for stuff. I didn't know you could get specific items like that. I remember I tried. Well, yeah, okay. But I remember the mission where John Marston's son, whose name I forget.
Jack.
Jack. I remember Jack telling me that he lost his poor book at what's the name of that town? The town that you're not allowed to go to until like the last parts of the game.
Blackwater?
So when they got Blackwater, yes. I remember him telling me that he lost the book there, so I remember thinking, okay, so at some point I would have to go to Blackwater to retrieve the book that he lost there. So I tried doing that, and the cops would automatically show up and shoot me, because you're not allowed to go to that part until the closer to the end of the story. So I looked it up, and it turns out that you just have to find a different copy of the same book, which I did not realize. So, to be frank, some of the missions can be a bit hard to understand.
Yeah, but that's not really like a mission. That's more like just a little extra thing that you can do. And I think is somewhat intuitive, right? Because, I mean, if it's a book, what is it, like the only copy in the world? Like, maybe you can get another one, you know?
Well, no, but, like you would be forgiven to initially think that, with the only hints being that he lost such a book in Blackwater, you would think, okay, so this is we go to Blackwater.
Well, I would assume that, if the game's also telling you in the beginning of the story you can't go to Blackwater, which the game lays on as heavy as possible. I mean, the area is all red on the map, Dutch, and everyone's constantly saying about how, like, we can't go back to Blackwater. And if you try to go there, you get taken out by the police officers instantly. It's not really possible. The game tells you this. So I didn't assume when I heard that, they're like, oh, let me just go to Blackwater, because it's not an option. I assumed that at some point later in the game, maybe you'd be able to go, and then you can get the book then. But that was just an assumption I made. The game literally, it tells you can't go to Blackwater, so I don't know. I don't think it was trickery necessarily.
I wouldn't say trickery. I was just.
No fancy.
I guess I was just
It's an understandable
I guess
reaction. Like, let me try to sneak into Blackwater and try to get the book. That's an understandable reaction.
Okay, and I guess I was just rebutting my earlier statement of how the game was mostly good at letting you know which things you could change and which not. But once you got to this point, it made me realize, okay, there are some things about the game that are a bit more difficult to understand. But I don't know. We'll just see where he's going with this.
And while he did run away, he did drop the harmonica on the ground in the process. But the game didn't give me any contextual sort of prompt to pick up the
You didn't
harmonica.
say you
or
killed
do
the guy in
anything.
the process.
Well, he just said he dropped it because he ran away.
Yeah, by shooting a different guy, which he did not mention, which I think is a bit weird. But okay.
With it, I just had to fucking stare at it because why would items in video games work like that and actually make sense? A lot of my problems with the dialogue system are basically the same ones that made Fallout 4's dialogue.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't make sense why you can't. Well, actually, sort of. I wish I knew that if you killed the guy, if you could pick it up off his body. Because for the most part, it's like there are 3 ways to actually get items. You can loot them off bodies, you can buy them in stores, or if they're items that are like specifically on the map to be picked up already, like for example food and medicine in counters and stuff, then they'll have like a little shine to them, you know, like a white glow signaling, hey, you can pick me up. And a harmonica being dropped by an NPC because they're like running away doesn't really fit in any of those 3 categories, which is why you can't just pick it up. But it's why I wish I could like find out if he just killed the guy, instead of scaring him off and having him run away, would he be able to loot it off of his body? I don't know.
Dialogue sucks so much ass compared to New Vegas. Instead of it feeling like a dynamic exchange where you could do cool shit and have some creative...
Okay, but Fallout is literally supposed to be an RPG. That's not what Red Dead 2 is. These are not...
Red Dead Redemption 2 is an adventure game with minor RPG elements.
Yeah, and then of course some people are gonna be like, well, that's like what Fallout 4 is. But that's because the game sucks as an RPG and doesn't give you any choices. But like, Fallout, the original Fallout is supposed to be a post-nuclear roleplay game. That's like how it's described, and
It's subtitle.
yeah. And so the Fallout games are naturally going to be held to that standard. However, even still, even if Fallout 4 did have the same lackings when it comes to its dialogue system and RPG, if it still had like a good story and good gameplay, honestly, I might have forgiven it for it. But it didn't. So this is not a valid comparison.
What? Fallout 4 was bad?
I know,
and
right?
this, everyone, is why we are...
Watch Mojo said it was good.
Oh, well, never mind then. I recant my statement.
creative moments that made you feel smart, it essentially boils down to generic good guy option, generic bad guy option. And Red Dead 2 is even more stripped down than Fallout 4 was. And okay, I get why right now you might be thinking, Jakey, why the fuck are you even comparing Red Dead 2 to New Vegas? They're totally different types
Good
of
question.
games. But
good question. Yeah.
A good question for another time.
Let's see. Let's. Oh
Let's
God,
see.
That would be funny.
they're really
if he
not.
said that.
They're both open world. They both have some survival stuff. They both want you to interact with NPCs with different dialogue choices. They both try to put you in interesting gameplay situations. But the difference between a game like
Okay, no,
too
that's not.
generic.
That's not a good way.
That is
way too. Especially the last part. They both put you in interesting scenarios.
Yeah, or even what is this?
Every single video game ever made.
Yeah, and also not just that,
What
dude. We need to rewind these points because all four of them are generic. They're both open world games. Like, dude, do you know the amount of differences that could exist between two different open world games?
Do you know how little that
Infamous.
narrows that down, Mr. Nakey Jakey?
Yeah,
Infamous and Breath of the Wild are both open world games. So I ain't.
and they couldn't be more
complaining.
different.
They're-
Or
Yeah.
what about this, like, the game encourages you to talk to NPCs? Again, almost any game that has NPCs encourages you to talk to the NPCs. 3D platformers, Souls-like games, RPGs, any open world game ever. Even fucking first-person shooter games encourage you to talk to the NPCs sometimes.
Yeah, some NPC conversations turn into actual cutscenes.
Yeah, it's like, what are they here? Let's break them down one by
different
one.
types of games, but they're really not.
case there's
They're
something
both
we-
open world.
Okay, and even that initial part, they're really not. You can headshot people. You know, even though one game has the head blown off and the other just has a hole in the head. Oh yeah, those are definitely the same.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Well, also this part we forgot to mention, like they both have some survival mechanics. It's like, again, there are so many
does-
different.
Turn that off and
So does Fortnite.
So does Resident Evil.
well-
Hey, how come Resident Evil doesn't have as many dialogue options as Fallout New Vegas? They both have survival mechanics. This is so
You were
dumb.
almost Jill Sandwich.
Both have some survival stuff. They both want you to interact with NPCs with different dialogue choices. They
Literally
both try to-
every single game ever made.
Okay. Okay. I will revert the whole NPC thing because he did specifically say with different dialogue choices.
No, fuck that. That's still generic as hell. Like,
I mean, it is still generic, just not as generic as we initially thought, to be frank.
I mean, it's a meaningless difference because even the different dialogue choice, it's not different dialogue choices that the game gives you, it's different interaction options. Like, in terms of the actions you take. Antagonize is not dialogue, it's a thing you can do. Every time an NPC comes up, you can either greet them, you can antagonize them, which will start a fight probably, or you can try to rob them. These are different actions you can take. And again, the idea of taking different actions upon NPCs is literally every game that has an NPC. So this is a meaningless distinction. And then this part, this is the funniest. But
put you in interesting gameplay situations, but
they do both.
Interesting gameplay. What the fuck is he?
That is true. They do both try to put you in interesting gameplay situations. They aren't like those games that try to put you in uninteresting gameplay situations. He did differentiate them from those.
Yeah. Dark Souls or Ratchet and Clank. They both put you in interesting gameplay situations.
Same thing.
I guess they're the same.
Oh, Jakey. What are we doing, bud?
the difference between a game like New Vegas and Red Dead 2 is that New Vegas gives you a variety of options and tools so that you can make moments happen. But in Red Dead 2, special moments only happen to you. There's definitely some...
Again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you know how many games there are where you can describe it like that? The Last of Us, special moments happen to you. Ratchet and Clank, special moments happen to you.
Well, also, and you get different options to make things happen, while the other game just makes things happen for you. I mean, wouldn't you actually... Oh, hold on. Make things happen for you. Couldn't you argue that happens in Fortnite? Because sure, you can do a lot of things, but eventually the point of Fortnite, at least as far as I know, I don't know, it sounds like it has a bunch of different fucking gameplay options at this point, but the point of Fortnite is ultimately you have to be the last one surviving on the map, and the map shrinks.
Yeah, but he's saying, like, in terms of, again, well, we are talking about just arbitrary differences that he's making up, but to his credit, he's saying that with a game like Fortnite, you know, it's not like the death of the other players is something that happens to you, because how it can happen can be in like a million different ways. You have a bunch of different ways to kill that person. So in his mind, it's like, well, you're making the things happen. You know, if you sniped them from a distance, you made that happen. That was not preordained to happen. If you won a build battle against him, then that was not preordained. You made that happen. But again, it's like we're just talking about two different styles of making games. It's not like once you introduce any aspect of choice in your game, you therefore have to be like, well, don't just dip your toe. Go ahead and jump on in. Give them all the choices. Make a full-on RPG where literally anything can happen. You don't have to do that just because you have choices in your game.
some exceptions to what I mean, but the random encounters and open world activities
Whoa,
in Red
what did
Dead
you just
2
say?
Let me see.
only happen to you. There's definitely some exceptions to what I mean, but the random encounters
don't
and
say.
open world activities in Red Dead 2 versus the quests and options for role-playing in New Vegas are the difference between, once again, a Lego bucket and a bunch of haunted houses. I'm aware that these metaphors are
What
all
the
over
fuck?
How
Where did the
fuck are
haunted
those
houses come from?
Okay, that I believe what he was trying to do was like subvert expectations, because you thought he was gonna say the Lego bucket versus the Lego set, which is what he actually meant, and he wanted to say a haunted house for the joke. Haha, very funny, hilarious.
Okay.
Funny.
But addressing the actual point he was making, yes, there is a vast difference between a bucket of Legos and a Lego set, and well, like we said before, there is not an inherent quality difference between the two.
What I mean is that New Vegas gives you the pieces to play out scenarios in a bunch of different ways, e.g. Lego bucket, versus Red Dead 2 that has some really cool-ass random encounters and memorable moments that quickly lose all of their appeal the second time around, e.g. haunted houses. And if you just really like going through haunted houses, I totally get how you think Red Dead 2 is the overall...
Well, wait a second. That's... Okay, so that was the
What
point he was
the
trying...
fuck is that?
He's talking about actual haunted houses you can go in for, like, where, you know, they have people in costumes who scare you. But, like, at that point, he's just talking about any linear experience. Like, he's like, oh, well, it happens in one way, so any replay value is gone.
Game, man.
Hmm?
Rail game, or rail shooter, technically.
Yeah, or
You're
well,
basically
just
stuck watching it.
Just take any linear experience. Why would you watch a movie more than once? Why would you play any video game that isn't an open world RPG more than once? Why would you read a book more than once? Just because things happen to you doesn't mean it's bad.
Better game.
Well, to be fair, I think he's about to
Sure,
explain.
I can experience the same thing over and over, but each time I... What's the word?
It can be a little...
The media, each time I consume the media, I might see something I didn't last time.
Yeah. Or you might just want to re-experience it. I mean, that doesn't mean that it's not still fun. I've replayed this game probably like 3 or 4 times, and I do the same things every time, but it's still fun. It's a fun game and a good story.
Game. And to counterpoint myself, there are also
Why
some
is
great
there a
exceptions.
bear in a hut? What the
It's where he lives. It's his bear hut.
Yeah, it's where the bear lives. It's his bear house.
Spizard, where do you think bears live? Where do you think they come from? They have little cabins in the woods.
Oh, I thought they lived in apartment complexes, though.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, I used to think they lived in apartment complexes.
Well, they used to be able to afford their own little places in the woods, but inflation has been hitting them really hard, and so now more and more of them are just renting instead of owning their homes. It's a really big issue, but I don't want to get too political on the stream.
I heard some bears are even living in caves. It's really sad.
It's an emotional topic. I really don't want to get into it.
To this
Yeah.
too. Like the time I came across this kooky old guy looking for gold, so I waited around for a while until he actually found some gold, and then I robbed him for his gold.
I love
which
his little
Arthur
dance.
Appropriately said some shit like, "That's my gold now" or something. I don't know, but it was amazing. And those exceptions in Red Dead 2 are the best part of the whole friggin' game. They're the moments that you
That's not true. I don't agree with that whatsoever. These encounters are fun. They're nice. I like them, but they are not the best part of Red Dead Redemption 2. That is ridiculous.
That depends on the player, because to be honest, they were my favorite parts of the game.
Oh.
I personally didn't like the story that much. When I played the game the second time, I did it mostly for these random encounters. But I will say they are not, well, assuming the story is as good as you guys are saying, then yeah, the encounters shouldn't be that big of a deal. They're just nice little details to add on top of the story. It's a nice little package. The focus should still be on the story first.
Well, yeah, if we're just talking purely subjectively, then he still doesn't really have much of a point here, because it's just like his personal opinion. Like, it's just him saying, well, my favorite part of the games were these things. which is not foundation for argument of like, therefore, the gameplay philosophy that went into a few small random encounters should be used to shape the entire game experience. It's like, no, those were just your favorite parts, and I'm sorry that the whole game couldn't be like a random encounter. But if we're talking like somewhat objectively, you would look at what the game devs intended to be the strengths of the game and compare it to what most people, anecdotally, enjoyed about the game or found as their favorite aspects. In this case, Rockstar wanted to create a story-focused game, and most people, at least that I've heard of, and that probably you two have heard of too, when they talk about why they love the game, most of it is around the story. That's the primary strength of the game. It's the best part of it. Either the story or the open world, specifically how much there is to do, how many side quests there are, and trains you can rob and all that. Those would be the things that I would describe as like the best parts of the game. And I think it hits a lot closer to other people's experiences than the random encounters.
Yeah.
Want to share with your friends and talk about. But after the honeymoon period with the game,
I also want to share with my friends and talk about how good the main story is, though. You know?
Yeah.
In fact, I do. And we all have, we've talked about it a bunch.
Yeah.
We're doing it right now.
ends and the encounters become predictable and start repeating themselves throughout the world, they suddenly lose all of their appeal the second time around, haunted house style. And because your options are so limited and you can only interact with the...
So what, are all haunted houses and linear experiences bad, Nakey Jakey? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, also some of the repeated events are still fun repeated. Like I enjoyed burning a lot. I mean shit, man. I just realized it could be entertaining to have some certain encounters be repeated because you can try something new with them. Like the Ku Klux Klan example he keeps showing. Like I had so many I encountered them a couple times. I had a lot of fun trying different methods of just murdering them all or just seeing what happens. Which, isn't that like something he would want? Because you can choose different things?
I don't know, to be honest, because I think just his points are very... I think really just this stems from because I don't think he would use this standard when it comes to all linear experiences. I know I asked him, like, hey, are you saying everything that's linear is bad? But I don't think he believes that. His point is that, like, just due to the fact that there are some options, therefore this game cannot be judged by the same standard that you would judge most video games. It's impossible for his brain to recognize that... Well, I don't want to say it's impossible for him to recognize. That seems a bit far. But as of the making of this video, he just couldn't really accept the fact that it is still a mostly linear, story-focused video game that throws the player a few open, random encounters in the open world and gives you some choices for the direction in which the story goes. But that doesn't mean that it needs to be a full-on RPG. It just doesn't. That's not a reasonable standard.
The game world and make special moments when Rockstar contextually presents them to you. Telling my friend about the time I sucked venom out of a dude.
Also, I feel like it just should be said in case someone watching this is like, they're repeating themselves too often. It's because he's repeating himself. Like this specific point that he's making is just a variation of the exact same point that he's made this entire time, which I've only just realized.
Yeah, but also, this is live. People tend to repeat stuff in conversations live. I'm sorry, dude.
That too.
Mr. Potential Strawman guy we're making up.
Jason or Kyle, or eventually we'll get there, Daniel.
Cartman.
Son of a bitch. Cardman. But yeah, everything is just a variation of, I wish there were more choices. There are some choices when it comes to this aspect of the game, so there should be choices everywhere, all the time.
dude's leg to save his life, and then later ran into him outside of the gunsmith in Valentine, and he bought me a gun because of my good deed. That feels a whole lot less special in an open world game when my friend tells me that he had the exact same experience. Again, it's it's all about Legos. It just turns out that so much
Wouldn't that be a chance thing, though? Because I didn't run into that dude.
I ran into that dude.
Not neither.
But that's why he's saying it's special, is because it could have not happened, but instead two people are like, oh yeah, this same random thing happened to me. And it happened to me also. And that is cool, but it's not the main strength of the game, and it's not like every aspect of the game should be like that.
Well, yeah, and also that is a weird criticism to say, because of course there are chances of friends running into the same random encounter, because the random encounters are still meant to be encountered by a significant amount of people. Otherwise, the developers wouldn't have put it in. I just thought that was that was just a weird point.
Yeah.
Of criticism right there.
Open world stuff, and Red Dead 2 is Lego sets that are going to look very similar to your friends versus creations from the magical Lego bucket. It's a boat, and it's also
yeah, also good point. So it's still a cool Lego set. So what?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong.
Dude,
I hate to repeat myself, but he's making the same points. He's just making the same points over and over again that we've already responded to.
You would complain about like the best made steak and like the best made taters to go with that steak.
Dude, do you know how many kids I impressed when I told them that I had the $400 Lego Death Star set?
No, but it's not cool, Spizard, because someone else can also buy that Death Star set, and it's the same thing. You should only play with big buckets of Legos where you can just make a bunch of random bullshit. That's the only good kind of Lego.
You're an idiot for following what an instruction manual says.
What are you, a baby? Do you want Lego, the company, to just baby you? Like a big brother barging into your room, making you play with your toys in a specific way? You idiot.
Spaceship. I don't know. I was crazy as a kid. I realized that the majority of my complaints about Red Dead 2 purely stem from the fact that I just wanted more of a progressive Lego bucket of an open world versus what we got.
Yes.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, no
That's infinitely more interesting to me. But that doesn't mean
to
that
you.
Red Dead 2 is objective.
That was weird footage to choose.
I don't know.
Yeah, that was weird.
Of all the romance scenes, he had to choose the Careless Whisper, where the point of it was the dude. Okay, it's a worthless tangent, but I just found it weird.
Very odd.
It's a really good game. It's just one that 90% of the time I feel like I've already played, because I essentially have. This is probably gonna sound.
Okay, all artists.
No, I don't. I did not enjoy Red Dead 2 that much, but I wouldn't say it was like most games come now. Like I can't think of even the first Red Dead is quite different from the sequel. I can't think of another video game where you skin animals and they show the entire process. I just can't.
Well, there's also just like the atmosphere and mood of Red Dead 1 versus 2 is night and day difference, where Red Dead 1 feels like you're in a Western movie, where everything is very exaggerated, the atmosphere is intense, and you know what I mean? Where
like a proper spaghetti Western.
Whereas Red Dead 2 is meant to be, like the atmosphere specifically, is meant to be very immersive and really calm a lot of the times. It's meant to be dynamic. With Red Dead 1, you're always on the feeling that like someone's watching you around a corner, someone's about to point a gun at you. With Red Dead 2, there are times where it's just sunny out. There's not a lot of background music, just the sound of the wind in the trees. But then other times it's very stormy and scary. And then other times you get that kind of intense, moody, creepy feeling that Red Dead 1 gives you.
Yeah.
And that's just talking about the atmospheres in both games. Never mind all the different like gameplay evolutions that have happened between Red Dead 1 and 2, or the fact that it's two different stories, or the fact that like you get the point. They're different games. They're not the same thing.
Yeah.
Super weird, but I genuinely believe that Rockstar needs to have their Nintendo come to Jesus type moment. That moment where Nintendo looked back at the very first Zelda game and remembered why people fell in love with it.
I knew it! It's because of the Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, it's
That's
like,
why he's making these arguments in the first place.
dude, just play Nintendo games. And also, like, pardon my French, but fuck off pretending that Nintendo doesn't make linear games. Like, come on, man.
Like Yoshi's Island,
The original
Yoshi's
Super
Island.
Mario Brothers is an extremely linear game, bro.
Yeah,
Hell, most
Literally
of
run
them.
from point A to point B and stomp on turtle heads.
Yeah, most of them
Isn't
are very linear.
Star... Well, wait, okay,
Star
to
Fox
be
is
frank.
semi-linear. Star Fox is semi-linear. There are branching paths, but it's more like arcade linearity.
Well, in his mind, again, if you're not Fallout New Vegas, you're just a linear game and you're not committing to the bet.
To be frank, is he saying every... Because as far as I know, he's just explaining the origin of Breath of the Wild, which I assume he's about to do.
Okay.
But
okay. Well,
I don't think he's saying every Nintendo game is not linear. I don't think that's where he's getting back.
I suppose... Okay, I suppose you're right. I guess then it would just be like... So he's specifically saying Red Dead 2 should be like Legend of Zelda. When
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild specifically. Or who knows, maybe he would say just all of the Legend of Zelda games. I don't know.
Well, we'll see, because many of the original Zelda games are more story-focused than Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is quite different.
Because
I think after Ocarina of Time it gets more story-focused.
Exploration and freedom, so then they made Breath of the Wild. That moment where Nintendo looked back at Super Mario 64 and remembered why people loved that type of Mario game, so then they made Super Mario Odyssey. I sincerely believe that
Super Mario 64, judging by his standard, is linear. There aren't as many choices. You can't just build stuff outside in Super Mario 64. There aren't a minimum.
You have in that game is what portraits to jump into.
Yeah, you don't have multiple different dialogue options for every single NPC you come across in that game. There aren't 6 different endings based on the choices you made throughout playing the game. There aren't a billion different ways to tackle it. In fact, in many levels, there is one annoyingly hyper-specific way to get the star in each level. So, like, this is ridiculous. GTA 3 does not have a bunch of different like dialogue options for each NPC, and yeah, I'm not gonna repeat myself too much, but basically all the stuff he complained about with Red Dead 2.
Turning into the broken record that he is.
Yeah, it's like an infection. It's spreading. But if he's gonna keep making the same point, I'm gonna have to keep responding to it. But basically, with this, none of these games that he's talking about as positive examples would actually hold up to the standard that he's holding Red Dead 2 to. Did I just say 2
Yeah.
He is pointing out exceptions, like in GTA 4 or 3, where it's like, oh, well, you can complete this mission in like an unconventional way. But again, that's just one exception. He's also pointed out exceptions in Red Dead 2 when you can, do things in unconventional ways or in ways that give you more choices. But overall, none of these games actually match his standard. Because it's a ridiculous fucking standard.
Rockstar needs to look back at their first big hit, Grand Theft Auto 3, and remember why people fell in love with it in the first place. For me, it wasn't...
That's so
Because
funny.
it was edgy.
Yeah, it was...
It was edgy. It was
edgy and violent in a time where those were taboo.
That's why they made Jack and Daxter 2 edgy and...
Yeah, there's a whole bunch that goes into like why GTA 3 was their first big success. It was really edgy and cool and badass, and that was the vibe of video games at the time. It was the first 3 open world GTA game, and it was, for the time, a very big and impressive open world game. Plus, the clunkiness of GTA 3, which I don't want to downplay, is very intense. didn't have exactly very like steep competition. I mean, sure, it came out the same year as Combat Evolved, but outside of that, most games that came out in 2001 were also very clunky and dated by today's standards. So,
Well, I mean, obviously you had an example of Halo Combat Evolved, but I don't know. I'm sure there. I mean, they weren't as well known. I think there were actually plenty of 2001 games that were not clunky or dated,
I mean,
like the
sure,
original Jak and
some.
Daxter.
Yeah, there were definitely some, but I mean, the tendency for video games to be, to have clunky gameplay was a lot more frequent back in the early 2000s compared to, even the 2010s or late 2010s, early 2010s, that kind of stuff. It was a lot more frequent back then. People could let slide the fact that the driving was terrible in GTA 3, because how many games could you point to that had good driving back in 2001? Not many.
You have a point.
Yeah.
And
Mario Kart.
Actually, I'll believe you. I haven't played a Mario Kart back then, but generally speaking, Mario Kart games do have good driving, so there is that. But that's one game. But the point is that despite all this, GTA 3 would make a much better case study for Rockstar's dated game design, especially since a lot of the things that were bad about GTA 3, it took Rockstar way too long to not do anymore. And he's using it as an example of like, Rockstar needs to go back to GTA 3 and make games like that. They should make games where you drive around in a car that can get hit 3 times before it explodes. You should make a game where every mission has 0 checkpoints. So you have to start the whole thing over if you die at the very end.
And like they already did. I mean, obviously, you would. I mean, by his form of standards, I think they already technically did that. Take the old aspects of an old game and make it new and better. It's called GTA 5. And now they're looking back at, well, hypothetically, they're looking back at GTA 5 and they're going to release GTA 6. You're just hoping it's be that good.
I don't know that he would say that GTA 5 is like the old school GTA games, because it is also a lot more streamlined and less clunky than those games. Honestly, I don't know.
Well, I know.
I'm trying to navigate this guy's standards, but they're just so messed up. You know what I mean? Like I'm having a hard time even conceptualizing them.
Yeah.
But it's just, very ironic that an actual dated game is what he's pointing to. Is like, Rockstar, see, your game design is too outdated. You need to go back to GTA 3.
Ridiculous. Boring-ass linear missions. It was the overwhelming sense of freedom to do whatever you want in a game world and have that world respond to your actions.
Except by your own standards, you can't do whatever you want. Regardless of how many people you massacre, you will not become like the FBI's most wanted. You could kill damn near every NPC in GTA 3's Liberty City, right? Yeah, it's Liberty City. You could kill almost everybody in Liberty City. And outside of the cops giving you a 5-star, alert system for a little bit, once you evade them, the entire world has forgotten that you existed. And all of the main story missions for GTA 3 will happen regardless of your choices, of which there are no choices during the missions when it comes to the actual story.
Yeah.
Cloud can't even talk. You can't talk to NPCs because Cloud cannot talk, period. Like, why is it that this game is the one that is being...
Cloud talks in the original.
Not in GTA 3.
Oh, Cloud.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I sometimes call him both Cloud and Claude. I've heard both. We'll just say Claude.
Sorry, when you said Cloud, I'm like...
Final Fantasy VII.
Talks. Yeah.
But like, we'll say Claude.
I spaced out terribly there.
No, it's all good. We'll say Claude from now on. But like, I don't understand why this game is suddenly being propped up as like, oh, this is the ultimate freedom of game design, of infinite choices, when the game has literally less choices than Red Dead 2. Red Dead 2 has 4 different endings that are based on the choices you have made previously throughout the game. GTA 3 has one ending, regardless of the choices you can make during the open world and the 0 choices you can make during the actual story. But because he's pointed out a few exceptions of how you can complete a mission unconditionally, all of a sudden Rockstar needs to go back to this game design. It doesn't make sense. I don't understand. Sorry, I'm getting a bit heated, a bit flustered. I should relax.
Yeah, I don't think any of
Unexpected.
us like GTA 3 that much.
Just
For
need
different
to-
reasons, obviously, but
Of course, yeah. I just zen.
And dynamic way. It was more of a conversation instead of me saying something to the game and the game always saying mission failed. You'd think that with the massive success of games like Minecraft and Roblox and PUBG and Fortnite that Rockstar would take a hint and maybe give their players a
very
little
similar
more
games, yes.
Yeah, totally games of the same genre. But you could make the same argument in the other way, where you're like, take the massive success of God of War 2018 or The Last of Us or, you know, any number of Mario, Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Crash Bandicoot, Uncharted, all these games that are linear and some of them are very story focused, and say, well, why don't they just look to those games and make even more linear and more story focused games? You could do this either way.
Boring.
Well, honestly, I don't know. None of those games that I mentioned are boring. It's just that, like, you can look at both ends of the spectrum. You can look at...
It's not like that. I mean, like, the market would become boring. The stagnation.
Well, the point I'm trying to say is that, like, Rockstar could look at trends from very choice-driven open-world games with heavy, intense survival mechanics and just look at that and be like, well, that's successful. Why don't I just do that? And they can similarly look at very story-focused linear games and be like, well, those are successful. Why don't I just do that? It's not like there is one direction towards success when it comes to making a video game, and that they should be looking at exclusively that and nothing else. That's just not how it works. This genre that he's complaining about is also very successful. So, I don't know.
freedom to be
We're so close to
creative
the
in
end.
open world and missions, but instead it's this incredibly ironic situation where a game that's super popular with kids treats them like adults, and a game that's super popular with adults treats its players like they're dumb little kids.
Does a game... you're
to be-
welcome for watching your video, Nakey Jakey. You're welcome. Thank you for sharing your video. But yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
Well,
thank
no,
you for
to
sharing.
be frank, wait, why are you thanking him? I'm still at...
Oh, we might be like slightly off. We got to the very end right after he said, you heard the part where he's like, this game for kids treats you like an adult, this game for adults treats you like kids.
And
Yeah.
to be frank, that statement itself could have a bit more leeway of an argument because, well, simply because Minecraft, you have to look up the internet in order to figure out how to get to the end world and the Ender Dragon and all that sort of stuff. But
Yeah, but also at the same time, it's not really what the game's about. You know, the game's just about
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
and that's pretty intuitive. But here's my question to you guys: if a game is linear, is it treating you like a dumb idiot baby?
well, I don't know. Let's ask. Actually, Oh, fuck. I was about to say let's ask Dark Souls, but Dark Souls isn't 100%. No,
Well,
let's ask
it's
Dark
linear,
Souls 3.
It's linear by his standards.
Well, actually, let's ask The Legend of Spyro: The Eternal Night.
Let's ask every
about-
Assassin's Creed game. Let's ask every Halo game. Let's ask every Sonic game.
Let's ask Pac-Man World 2.
Yeah. It's like,
I would ask Gordon Freeman, but the last time I tried talking to him, he yelled at me about klepton particles.
yeah, Half-Life. There you go. There's another one. And it's like, I really resent that idea that the game is treating you like an idiot for... Maybe that's just how he felt, but that's not what the game is doing just because it's linear. Rockstar has a particular story that they want to tell. With every video game that they make, regardless of the choices that you make during the game, the story that they are telling will not change. And if anything, it changes more in Red Dead Redemption than any previous Rockstar game. I mean, at most, I think if you look at GTA 5 or GTA 4, you can get alternate endings. There are 3 endings to GTA 5, as probably everyone knows, and 2 endings to GTA 4. However, in both of these cases, the kind of ending that you get is literally only based on the final choice of the game. The last and usually only free decision you have in the story happens right at the end. In Red Dead Redemption 2, it's a mixture of 2 things. It's the final choice you make at the end of the game and the level of karma that you have made for yourself throughout the game, which not only affects the ending, but also affects the cutscenes. The basic plot happens, but what the actual story is different. Whether or not the game is a story about redemption is entirely up to the player. You can choose to ignore that and just make this a story about a terrible person who, you know, through his own actions is killing himself and continues to spiral down this web of terribleness. And that's how he dies. You can change that story of redemption into it. You can't do that with other Rockstar games. So this, it's just a ridiculous point. Completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has a little text here that says, "Thank you for watching my videos." So you're
Well,
welcome.
I can't wait to see it.
Let me play it for a few more seconds, see what else there is. Because it said the same shit in the first video I ever uploaded.
GTA 5 is such a sophisticated...
Oh, he made a video like this about GTA 5. That's not surprising. Especially because...
Boy.
Remember the positive example he gave about GTA 4 about how Rockstar needs to go back to GTA 4 with their non-linear choice-driven... He also did a review on GTA 4 where he basically made the same complaints that he's made about Red Dead Redemption 2 and that he's seemingly making about GTA 5, where he's like, it was when I played this game that I realized Rockstar really they really want you to do things in a specific way. So, again, weird that he used GTA 4 as a positive example when he has the same exact criticisms as Red Dead 2. So,
well, I will say it did make me realize, I initially thought that his bias towards Red Dead 2 was simply because of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, but now I'm starting to realize, I mean, obviously Breath of the Wild played a major factor, but now I'm starting to realize, it sounds like he's really nostalgic for the original GTA games. And
I don't know why, because they do not live up to this standard that he's applying to the new ones. I don't get it.
And to be frank, I do have this problem too. Part of the reason why I hate Jak 2, well, I wouldn't say I hate it, but the reason why I dislike it so much is because of how nostalgic I am for the original Jak and Daxter. But overall, I mean, Jak 2 is really hard, so I can't tell for sure, and I can't tell half the time if the difficulty is fair or not. But assuming the difficulty is fair, Jak 2 is a well-made game. So I wouldn't call it bad. I just don't like the direction it went. That's just a me thing. So.
Yeah.
But it treats its players like children with the stupid, easy missions and its shitty jokes and lack of thought or effort from the player.
Shitty jokes?
GTA 5 is the best Grand Theft Auto game and is arguably the only good one. You have heard it here first.
Damn.
I stand by it. I stand by it.
So they gotta have that mass appeal, though.
Okay, yeah, follow Nakey Jakey on all that stuff. He's a very good creator. I like him a lot. This is just a bad video, but he has a very good channel and other videos that are very, very good. And one day we will check out his other Red Dead Redemption video.
Also, Blibo, you said we weren't going to be able to finish this video tonight, but oh, look here.
Look at that. We did. I don't know. I guess we
You
just
lied to us.
I did. I'm sorry.
You lied to us.
I'm a liar.
And
yeah, I didn't expect it.
But yeah. So I guess overall, quick overall thoughts on this video?
He has some solid points, but a lot of his arguments can be deconstructed as nostalgia for the older games.
I would say that this video has made me look forward to one day when we will actually do a full discussion on some outdated games, possibly using a video review of one of these games as an example, or not an example, but like as sort of a catalyst, talking points. Where we can actually, because I do find this topic very interesting. I want to actually talk about games that are outdated, what makes them outdated, what that means. That's not what this video is. I think it has severely failed at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the ultimate problem with this video is that he did have some reasonable issues with the game, but his conclusion to why the issues the way that they are flawed. Like, he has a lot of good points, to be frank. I think he has a lot of good points. I just don't think he has the right conclusion.
Yeah. Well, it is late for me, so is there anything else you want to say, Spiz, before we wrap up here?
Yes, thank you guys for watching, assuming this is successfully published and all that pleasant stuff. And hopefully we will continue this, and next video we will go over a video that I'm pretty sure Meowrah herself will be much more enthused to watch, considering the fact that she said she wants to do it next. And yes, hopefully it'll be a fun time, and I hope you like this. Maybe we'll do this every week. Probably not. We're just doing this for fun, really. But I hope you enjoy this, and just as much as we enjoyed doing this.
This is the first of many.
Yep. 3.5 brain cells.
All right, well, or I'll let you continue the wrap up unless you were done. But goodbye, everyone watching.
I got nothing.
And see you next time.
Yep. Toodaloo.